says go live. I can press it.
No. You, sir, are not allowed to press the button.
Press the button.
The button is purely my discretion. Okay.
Oh shit! I pressed it. Now it says end stream, and I pressed the button. I just pressed the button. Damn it! I think we ended the stream.
No, we didn't.
Is the stream still going? Refresh your
Stream's
window.
still going.
How dare you fight over the button? Why do the super chats disappear as soon as you hit?
They always do.
What a lame. Oh, it's 420.
No, stream's still going.
I didn't actually hit the button. I made it
Oh,
up.
you bitch. Well, before I lose it, because Adam was trolling me, thanks so much, Wooster, for $20. That says Hurricane Stream Hype. Yes. I think actually the hurricane is not supposed to hit till tomorrow or the next day, but I'm outside of the cone, so you don't have to worry about me. But unfortunately, our guest today, Sammy G, had to evacuate where she lived because it was directly inside the cone.
Boo.
So that's very sad.
Climate change fucking up our stream.
It is. It is.
Oh, I'm sorry. The climate crisis. It's no longer climate change anymore. It used to be global warming, and then that was too friendly because, you know, warm and comforting is a thing. So then they were like, well, we'll change it to climate change. That's more accurate. And they're like, wait a second. Nobody gives a fuck about climate change. Let's call it the climate crisis.
Right.
You can just add crisis onto everything, and it's like the Rings of Power crisis. We're going to make a video, the Rings of Power crisis. What do you think?
Sammy says the issue isn't so much the storm, it's that there's a bunch of Latin family members in my house bunkering down for the storm, and it's too loud for streaming, but I'm all good. Well, that's great. At least you guys are together.
Sure.
So,
yeah. Everyone's hanging out. They're like all having a climate crisis party. Is that what's going on?
That's right. Essentially, yeah.
Sweet. That's awesome.
So today, I guess we have so much art to show, and then we're just going to talk about a bunch of random stuff.
Yeah. Yes.
So start showing the art, Ed. Get to it. Chop, chop.
Okay.
Chop, chop. Chop, chop. I did see the last episode of House of the Dragon.
Yeah. You wanted to talk about that before the stream began.
I
so
did.
You want to just jump in?
Yeah.
Are you upset?
Well, okay. Here's the problem. I'm not upset. The stupid stuff that happens in the episode, obviously. Okay. But here's my big problem. I know how this story ends. Okay. I know where it's going.
Because of Game of Thrones.
Because of Game of Thrones, because HBO has a 20-minute animated segment that spoils the entire thing, essentially.
Ouch.
I have a problem, and I said this before. I can only watch shows where either A, there are characters I agree with morally, or B, characters I like, or C, characters that are very interesting. House of Dragons has good conflict, but it has bad characters because there's no one for me to root for. I don't like any of these people. And I know that in the future, this is basically going to go down the path of everyone murdering each other and being a tragedy. But if I don't care about any of these characters, why am I watching this?
Will you amend your position if I can point out a character that you actually do love?
Yes.
Okay. Hand of the King.
I don't love him. He's the only smart character in the show.
He's both smart and moral.
And moral, yeah. Yeah, but so what? He's like a super minor character.
You just said there has to be. You just said that there's no characters that are
okay, like
smart
a main
loyal.
character that I'm supposed to root for. I can't root for the Hand of the King, who has like 2 lines an episode, and his son just horribly burned to death. Okay, because his other son's evil for some reason, which is never explained.
Did he horribly burn to death? I'm unclear on that from this.
Yeah,
episode.
okay, that was very poorly shot.
Yeah, because we don't. It seems like they both might have died.
I couldn't tell.
Yeah,
I couldn't tell.
Well, I think that was on purpose.
Did they both die, or did just the son die? I don't know.
You don't like the gimpy guy, clubfoot guy? You don't like him?
Why is he helping Allison? Does someone in the chat explain this to me?
He wants to.
Okay. They both. So there you go, Adam. The only good character died.
He wants to fuck her. That's why he did it. What are you talking about? It's
no,
so
he's been
obvious.
helping her for like 10 years.
Yeah, he's trying to. He's on the slope path.
No,
He's trying to get out of the friend zone. Come on.
no. Is it just for power?
He's trying to
Is
have
it just for
sex with
power?
her. He wants some of that Alice
Okay,
Alicent.
Everyone doesn't have this view, Adam. Unlike you, everyone's not doing everything just to get laid.
You'd be surprised though. I think you might have the strange view of what's
She's the
going on.
queen. He can't bang her.
You don't know that.
Uh-huh.
The other queen bangs everyone. Uh, I keep wanting to say Rhiannon, but it's not Rhiannon.
Rhaenyra.
Rhaenyra.
Yes.
Rhaenyra, she bangs everyone, and she's like the
No,
heir to
she
the
bangs
throne.
one person.
She
It's
banged Christian Cole, and then she banged the other guy,
Yeah,
Christian
like 10
Cole's
years later.
rival.
Nope.
Yeah.
Okay, here's okay. So
Hmm.
if you guys haven't been watching House of Dragon, this episode is a 10-year time skip, so they're all adults now, essentially.
Yeah.
And they do a very, very fantastic job of basically resetting Rhaenyra's character so that you feel bad for her and you want to empathize with her. In that the opening scene is her having a baby. And as soon as she has the baby, the queen, Alicent, who was a character that I wasn't super interested in, but at least she was supposed to be like the moral character, has now become totally insane and evil over the last 10 years, which we haven't seen. She just became evil and insane off
Right.
screen. And she demands to see the baby the second it's born because she's a horrible person or something. And
Right.
so Rhaenyra, who doesn't want to give up her baby to the queen because I don't know, maybe she thinks just throw out the window or something, or like accidentally drop it down a flight of stairs. She's like, oh, she's gonna go with the baby
She
right
won't.
after she gave birth to it. So she's like stumbling through the halls, like all these people are like trying to wave to her because she's the princess and all stuff, and she's like trailing blood out of her vagina as she's like to the queen. And it's a really good scene because it makes you feel incredibly empathetic towards Rhaenyra's character because you're like, oh my god, like the struggle of this, and you instantly like Alicent is evil, Rhaenyra is good. Like this is the way the show is kind of trying to make you feel right off the bat,
Yeah, it's a new
and
dynamic.
and they do it very well. But then, at least to me, because I care about people being not stupid, that's immediately dashed because you find out that over the last 10 years, Rhaenyra couldn't even do the one fucking thing she needed to do. She literally had to do one thing. She had to do one thing, Adam.
Right.
What was the one fucking thing Rhaenyra had to do?
Shore up her power base
No. Well, yes, but how?
by I don't know how.
By having sex with her husband and having a baby. That was the one thing she had to do, was have a fucking trueborn heir with her husband. That was it. That was the only thing that she needed to do. She
Oh,
can't do it.
she does. She doesn't. I mean, she has a few kids. So,
Yeah, but they're all the other guy. They're all Strong's kids.
are you
They're all
sure?
this. Well, I'm assuming.
Because they're all brown hair.
Well, that's another thing that's weird too. Is that so? All
She's
of
got two boys and a baby, right? And both the kids have brown hair. And
They all have brown hair. Okay, which considering she has white hair and her husband in finger quotes has white hair, it's like impossible for them to have brown hair,
right,
basically. So yeah, no. So obviously all the kids are not his. And it's like what the fuck? Like they set up a system where she can like either both her and her husband can fuck around and they're fine with it. They just need to have true-born heirs. It's the one thing. It's the one job. And I'm like, oh my god, you can't do this one thing, Rhaenyra. Like what the fuck?
yeah. The first son has to be legit
It's just like, man.
to that would shore up her power base. Obviously, she's totally fucked her power base though. She's got a bunch of bastards. I love this episode because the kid just asked her straight out, "Mommy, am I a bastard?"
Right, right.
It's so good. I don't know. I don't know why you don't like it.
Because there's no one who I don't like any of these people. They're all stupid and uninteresting to me. Who am I watching the show for? Who do I want to win at the end of this show? Who do I want to be king or queen?
Alicent.
She's fucking stupid and evil.
No, obviously not
She's
Alicent.
like, oh, and so the main conflict in the future is going to be
Damon mellowed out too. Now, like Damon isn't even doing anything crazy in this
right. That's it. Yeah,
episode.
that's even
He's like
weirder.
the
Damon,
likable one.
Yeah, that's what's even was more bizarre. Damon had a massive character arc over. I wish we had seen this. Damon had a massive character arc over 10 years, and he seems like he's a chill guy now. And you're like, what?
Yeah,
Dude,
he's
okay.
got kids. That'll mellow you out.
Why did it? Yeah, okay. Why did Damon's wife kill herself? I didn't understand that scene at all.
Well, I thought she walked to the dragon when the baby was up inside her and she couldn't get it out. I think
Yeah,
she
so
killed
so
herself and the baby.
Damon's wife uh is pregnant and she can't give
Yeah.
birth to the
The
baby
baby's in there sideways or
or
backwards or
something,
whatever.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't know.
Which was relative is relatively common and probably
Yes.
killed a lot of women before they had
Oh no,
modern
yeah, all the time.
anesthesia and stuff.
But they can so in those situations, they can kill the baby and basically rip it
Pull
out
it
of
out. Yeah.
right, which is horrible. But
The mom
it was
lives.
weird to me that it was like so the doctor they don't even ask that to Damon. They don't say like it's weird because in the first episode with the king's wife, they said we can kill the baby and save your wife, or we can try to cut her open and save the baby. Didn't they have that exact conversation?
Yes.
Okay. So in this one,
They totally throw that away. Yeah.
they throw out the we can save your wife. They just say, "Oh, should we cut her open and pull the baby out?" And before Damon can respond, I guess his wife thought that maybe that's what they're gonna do. Because before he says no, she like leaves the room, which I don't know how a pregnant woman surrounded by nurses that are holding her down can just walk away and they don't stop her. But okay, whatever. It's a TV show. Um, and then so she walks out. They don't even try to kill the baby to save her. She just walks herself to her dragon and then commits suicide. And I'm like, well, that was random. Like,
Dazdim in the chat says she said before she died that she
mhm.
wanted to die a dragon rider's death. So
Yeah, but she couldn't. She didn't need. It wasn't like they could have. She could have tried to save herself. Why did she not try to save herself?
yeah, not die.
Yeah, she has two. It's not like if she didn't have any kids and she's like, oh, this is her first child, and the experience is so traumatic. She doesn't know if she can live like if the baby dies or something. Like okay, I can buy that. But she has two children that rely on her that are young that she's taking care of.
Yeah, no, I that's definitely a weakness of the show. That part is a little strange, a little
I just didn't
weak.
understand what was happening. If she said she wanted to die a dragon, I don't know. That's lame to me. I don't see how like committing suicide doesn't seem like a dragon rider's death in my eyes, but okay. Maybe.
A dragon rider's death, suicide by dragon. Yeah, it's not really. You think
Right.
dragon rider's death is like you fall in combat or something,
Right. You're fighting someone and yeah, you're doing some fighting or something.
right?
So she did like try to kill Damon in the beginning. That was super weird. What was up with that? When they're both like riding their dragons for fun,
Hmm.
and like she's ahead of him and she has her dragon like blow fire into the air, like right in front of Damon. And he flies through it, and you're like, is he gonna be horribly burned? And then he's totally fine. You're like, how is he fine from that?
Yeah, I mean I thought it was good. I'm still interested.
Okay.
I'm still on board. I guess we
Hmm.
just have divergent opinions about
It was a woman moment. Yes, thank you, Tej.
the House of D.
Did you like that? So Kristen Cole, I complained about this last time endlessly. Kristen Cole beats the prince's or the king, the former, the not the former, the new king regent's or going to be future king regent's gay lover, who's a knight, to death in front of a wedding and suffers zero consequences from it. Okay. He
Yeah.
murders an innocent person in front of a crowd of royal people, and no one gives a fuck whatsoever.
Is
10 years
he
later, he
innocent?
yes, he
I
has committed no
mean,
crimes. Having gay sex is not illegal, I don't believe.
well, I wasn't saying it was. I'm just saying, he insulted his honor.
Okay, innocent like legally. Okay.
Well, in
Um,
this time, I mean, if you insult someone's honor, obviously they can
well, but wait a minute.
open
Here's
a
what I'm gonna
can of
get at.
whoop ass on you.
So in the previous episode, he beats this guy to death in front of all these royals. This is the lover of the guy who's going to be the future king regent. Christian Cole serves absolutely no punishment whatsoever.
Well, you don't know
He's
that. It's been 10 years. Maybe he got.
he's still in the King's Guard. How is a guy who murdered someone at a wedding supposed to defend the royal, like be part of the Secret Service? That's crazy.
Maybe he pulled a knife. Maybe they
Oh, okay.
planted a knife on him
He
or
planted a
something.
knife on him. He was like, he got a gun. He had a gun. It's,
You don't know.
you know,
I I
right.
I hate this. What I'm doing right now, I hate it when people
I
do it.
know.
It's like
I know you're
all
doing the thing, but it's fine.
it's
It's
all
fine.
head canon.
I
It's
know it's
like let
fine.
me make up a reason why. No, there's no excuse for it. There should have been some. Well, they should have written that scene better so they didn't kind of write themselves in a corner with the ramifications
Well,
of
they should have
doing that.
wrote it like in the book where the death is ambiguous, so you don't know if he killed him intentionally or not. And then you could say, okay, well, he has enough cover to continue to be the King's Guard because it was an accident or something.
Right. Yeah.
But he did pull a knife, but it was after he was being beaten to death. So, um, they sprayed some coke on him. That's right. That's right. After he beat him to death, he drizzled
They planted some nightshade, some illegal nightshade on him.
some shade of the night on him, on his lips. No, but so that's totally fine. Okay. So him beating that guy to death in front of everyone's fine. But then in this episode, the king, I mean not the king, the head of the gold cloaks punches Sir Christian a couple times in the face, and he gets exiled from the the city.
Yeah, that's a little
I was like, what's happening here?
strange, right?
Yes. I was like, wait a minute, what? And he's the son of the hand. He's so like this is what was weird too. Like Christian Cole is the son of nobody important, and he
Right.
gets off with it scot free because I guess the queen protects him for no reason. Even though
Oh,
I
wait
don't
a
think she would have
second.
the authority to
Wait a
10 years
second.
ago.
That they did get around it because the queen came in and but they needed that scene. They needed to show a scene where he was in big fucking trouble and the queen like finagled him out of it.
Right, but even that would be unbelievable because it's unbelievable that the queen would have more power than
Well, I mean,
the princess who's going to be the next one in charge and the king regent.
the she could do it though by getting the king to do it. And which I believe she has the capacity. Well, she did previously have the capacity to do that. She's got
I
the king's
don't
ear. So the
I disagree because
Mhm.
think about how the scene would play out. So in the previous episode, the wedding episode, okay, the King Viserys, he wants this wedding so badly. He wants Rhaenyra to marry Lenore so badly that he's willing to basically insult himself. Because remember when Viserys comes up to uh Corlys's mansion, he's not even out there to visit the king. He makes the king
Oh,
walk all the way to him and basically beg him to allow, his son to marry his daughter. So
Allison even stands him up at the wedding. He's like in the middle of his speech and she comes in late, totally fucks with him. So,
right,
yeah.
right. So, but no, what I'm saying is the king is like really desperate for this match to occur.
Yeah.
And
I
so if at the wedding, if Lenore said, I'm calling off the wedding unless you banish Kristen Cole or something, the king would have 100% been like, fuck you, Allison. Like, what power? She doesn't have any, like she doesn't have real power over him. He would have 100% been like, no, Christian Cole beat someone to death in the wedding, like who was a friend of the fucking groom. Like he's out of here. Like it's just so unrealistic that he would still be around after that.
Well, they had to keep him around because it's more interesting for him fucking with the guy because he's like the jilted ex-lover. So, it's 100% to make that scene more impactful.
No, you're completely right. I'm just saying that's because of the way they did it. They wrote the scene for impact and they wrote the scene for emotion, but it destroys the logic of going forward the show of why this character is still like doing what he's doing, allowed to be around.
Yeah, I think Allison could have talked the king into saving Christian Cole.
I don't agree.
Well, I
I don't
think
think.
the fact that she came in late and fucked with him and he just sucked it up made me think
Yeah, but what's he
he's
supposed to
like
do at that moment? Throw her out of the room?
he's wrapped around her finger. It's evident.
No, yeah, now 10 years later.
He the whole time he's been wrapped around her finger.
I think he wants the marriage more importantly than he was wrapped around her finger. I mean, the king, even though I agree with you, he's weak and he listens to her too much. He does tell her to shut the fuck up, and he did last episode too when he wants something.
Well, at least we'd be having a argument over the king got Christian Cole off, whether or not that's believable, instead of developing a bunch of headcanon
Well,
on
because we
what.
didn't actually see the
I
scene. You're right.
know.
We needed to see the scene because it
Yeah.
doesn't really. It seems so preposterous.
Yeah, it does. I mean, you can imagine some way around this, but that's the job of the writer. The writer should be imagining some way around this
Right.
and
Right.
introducing that. I hate when there is not enough information to really understand what is going on. I just think it's super poor writing. Clarity is the best in writing. You know, the whole mystery box thing. I mean, if you can pull it off, you can pull it off, and a few movies do pull it off, but most just fail because they restrict the amount of information to have some sort of meaningful experience about the show itself.
Hmm.
So are you done bitching about House of D?
I mean, well,
Was
no. The
there
other
anything
thing,
good about it?
the only other thing I was going to say about House of Dragon. This is kind of my problem with it. My big problem with it because these are just like kind of like the nitpicks. Okay, these are like the plot inconsistencies. Okay, my big problem with it is that going forward, the story is going to be the conflict between Rhaenyra, Alicent, and Aegon. Because, Alicent wants Aegon to be king and Rhaenyra wants to be queen, right?
Mm.
To me, it would have been so much better of a show, and this is my own personal taste, if like Rhaenyra and Aegon and even Alicent were characters who you like and seem like good people. And then it's like through the progress of, you know, like once the king dies, which he hasn't died yet, but through the process of sort of like once he dies and people start questioning like who's in power, you start to see these characters kind of become more and more dark, go down this sort of corrupted path. But right now it's set up so like they're all going to be terrible by that time. Like Aegon seems like he seems like both an idiot and an asshole. So you're like, well, I'm not going to root for Aegon to be king because he seems like an idiot and an asshole. And then you have Alicent, who's evil and crazy, and her motivation doesn't even make sense. Her motivation is you need to be king because if you're not King Aegon, Rhaenyra is going to kill all of you to secure her throne. Which I don't even believe makes sense. Okay, if they're not actually challenging her, I don't think that she would kill them. But then B, that doesn't makes even less sense because Rhaenyra literally offered to marry her son to her daughter, which would mean that there'd be no reason for her to kill Alicent's children. So her one stated motivation for this is out the window. She's just doing it purely for the sake of power at this point.
Which, yeah, that's exactly what's going on.
So I don't like
Alicent
Alicent at
is
all.
the power
Right.
grabber.
Yeah. So I don't like Alicent at all, but I also don't find her interesting. And then with Rhaenyra, I like her the most ish, but she's still stupid. So I'm just like, oh.
Right. Okay.
And I'm
That
thinking like in in the Game of Thrones books, in book 4, Cersei is a point of view character. And here's the difference. I don't like Cersei because she's evil, but I love reading her point of view because she's like crazy, but she's crazy in a fun and interesting way. And it's fun and interesting to watch Cersei be crazy in book 4 because you can see as the reader that she's basically setting herself up for destruction down the road. And she's too egotistical to like see what she's doing.
Cersei's incest girl, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Cersei's yeah. So
Yeah.
I don't know. That's my big problem. I don't have anyone to like really or to root for in this Game of Thrones
Why did you watch it then?
because we had to watch it because we might make a video on
Because we have to keep current.
it. We had to keep current at him.
So do you want to move on to
We can move on.
Andor? You want to talk about Andor a bit?
We can talk about Andor.
I mean, there's a video I've heard tell of that's PSA Sitch is supposed to come out with on Andor.
Yeah, well, okay, so actually there
A
would have been a
main
video.
channel video.
There would have been a main channel video on Andor that would have come out today. Um, but unfortunately it's got like so much copyright Like so much copyright. I never had a video this copyrighted before. It's crazy. So I don't know. I might have to like go back. You know, see, it's unfortunate because CT did a very good job editing it. Might have to go back and replace most of it with like still images or something, just because the copyright on this Andor video is bonkers. I don't know why it's so stringent for this one show. Far more than She-Hulk, far more than Ring of Power, far more than House of the Dragon. So, um, but we had a strong disagreement on Andor.
We
We had a
did.
very
Yeah, we
strong
talked
disagreement on
for
Andor.
an hour, 15 minutes on the phone.
Right.
And I mean, it was torture for me to get through the 3 episodes of Andor.
Oh, I thought
Andor,
you'd say it was torture to get through that phone.
no, the phone call is great, obviously. No, I love arguing with you, man. It's like, that's fun. And I mean, I made headway. You conceded a bunch of stuff, and I even
Right.
saw a bunch of stuff you put in the video as well.
Right.
The it was kind of the same situation as me with the Batman. You know, Sitch kind of ruined the Batman for me, and I kind of ruined Andor for him. I think he liked it a lot more than when he overlooked a lot of the things that are obviously problems. So,
Hmm.
but I see Danimal sent me a screenshot. Our favorite corncob Jake has weighed in on Andor, and
Yeah.
you're gonna love it. Look,
Oh no, did he like it?
corncob Jake. Andor has been so good. It's a cab as fuck. Look at that.
He said what?
It's a cab as fuck. All cops are bastards,
Oh,
or all
oh
corpos.
shit.
All
Oh my
corpos are
God.
bastards.
That's amazing. Okay. So, okay, we had to talk about this.
Yeah,
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to make it clear. It's really funny. You said something when we were on the phone, which is that normally the way that this works is that Adam likes a movie or TV show, and then I talk to him about it, and then I make Adam hate it or
yeah.
realize it's bad. And Adam gets mad about that. But
Everyone
this
gets mad about that.
everyone gets mad about it. But now this was the inverse situation because surprise, surprise, everybody, I liked Andor.
Hmm.
I liked Andor. I watched and I said, I like this. And then Adam had to be like, no, Sitch, look at all the problems with it. And I said, oh, you're right. There are a bunch of problems with it. I still like it. I still kind of like it, but it still has a lot of problems in it. Um, but what was funny and what you just mentioned is the ACAB element, because I read an article about that too. And it was weird because the thing I liked about Andor, like one of the number one things I liked about Andor, I noticed that all these lefties are writing these shit articles. They completely don't understand the show at all.
Yeah.
And if Corncob Jake thinks the show's an ACAP show, his head is so far up his corncob ass that he has no clue what he's talking about. Because, so for those of you who don't know, Andor is the new Star Wars show. I think it's funny. I watched the first episode and a half before I even realized. I thought this was a completely separate story from anything, but it turns out it's not. It's actually a it's the prequel that no one asked for. We had Rogue One, a prequel no one wanted or no one asked for, and now we have a prequel based on a prequel that also no one wanted or asked for about the character from Rogue One, Cass. It's his backstory, which who gives a fuck? Who cares at all about this? I didn't care about Rogue One. I don't care about this character whatsoever. But the reason I like the show, at least parts of the show, is how, at least in the beginning, the show is unapologetically not Star Wars, like
Hmm.
at all.
Yeah, but it's supposed to be Star Wars. That's the whole thing, though.
Yeah, but I'm sick of Star Wars.
That's not a good thing.
No, that is a good thing. That's a great
For
thing.
you
I'm
it
so
is, but
sick of
not for
Star Wars.
Star Wars
Yes.
fans. For Star Wars fans, they're like, "What the fuck is this?"
Well, fuck them. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, I don't know.
As Rich Evans said, Star Wars is creatively bankrupt. Okay. And the
Hmm.
best thing to do with Star Wars is to shelve all the Jedi shit, shelve all the Empire versus Rebel shit, and just do a unique original story within the Star Wars universe.
No, I
Okay.
agree with you. The Empire Rebel has the shelf life has expired, like very much a long time ago expired. Yeah,
Right.
they need to explore the universe outside the wider context of the rebels versus the empire.
Yes. Right.
Yeah.
Right. So the beginning of the show, and this shows how much like first impressions go. The first 6 minutes of the show basically bought me so much goodwill that I ignored a lot of the bad stuff throughout the show, which is that first of all, it starts off in a cyberpunk Blade Runner city, which I love, which
Yeah,
is not
no,
very
it
Star
looks
Wars.
great. Yeah.
Yeah, the beginning looks great. It's not Star Warsy. And he's like going through, he goes into a Star Wars brothel.
Yes.
I'm like, wait, this is not, this is so not for like children. Like, what the fuck?
Right.
He's going to a Star Wars, he's literally going to a whorehouse to find his sister,
Right.
who he
Who
thinks used to work at the whorehouse.
right. Get this though. The only thing we see of his sister is as a cute child. And this is the girl that's sucking alien cock. Okay? That's not cool.
Well, okay, so wait, so you have the whorehouse scene first, and you don't see the
Yes.
flashbacks of her as a kid till afterwards.
Yeah, and you're
Okay.
like, "Oh, so this is the fucking alien cocksucker here."
I'm fine with that. I'm totally fine with that.
It's gross and
I'm fine with
weird.
that. No, I'm totally fine with that. I'm totally
Oh,
fine with
it's
that.
so oh man, it's so bad.
And then it's great because he gets into some fight with some guys in the brothel
Right.
who are they work for basically like this planet is owned by a corporation. The corporation has private security who are the police, and they kind of get into a fight and they follow Cass outside, and you think this is going to be like the scene you've seen in every stupid movie or TV show where some assholes are hassling, the main character, and the main character gets to beat them up. And it shows that he is like a competent, badass fighter, and also they're assholes, so it's like morally justified. Like we've seen that scene a million times.
Sure. Yeah.
And so when that scene starts to happen, I'm like rolling my eyes. I'm like, oh, I'm like, I liked all that. I liked the first like 3 minutes, like, oh, this is going to be schlock. But that's not what happens. Like
He
he beats them up, but he accidentally kills one of them.
he goes full George Zimmerman on him.
Yeah, he accidentally kills someone, and and he kills them like in a completely surprising way, and I love it because when the guy dies in this like random street fight, both the main character and the other guys hassling him are like completely shocked by this. It feels like a very realistic reaction to what happened, like they're
Yeah.
both kind of just freaking out, and then the guy's friend of the guy who just died, who's hassling Cass, he starts pleading Cass for his life. He's like, "Listen, I'll tell him it was an accident. I'll tell him that we were hassling them." He's like pleading with them, like, "Please, please, please, it'll totally be fine." And Cass is like, "Nah, bitch." And he shoots him in the face.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Yes, this is great. Oh my God, this is so not like what I'd expect from a Disney Plus Star Wars show." Oh, I was so on board in this after that scene.
It's so weird.
Because this was when people talk about like subverting expectations, that's the kind of subverting expectations I like, where it's subverting a trope and replacing it with something that feels more realistic.
Right.
And that's exactly what the opening of Andor did. I mean, do you agree that it felt far more realistic than like a TV show or a movie?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't head over heels for it. Like I said, and you did include this in the video as well. Like I
Yeah.
said, so we open up. I'm so excited that modern writers can actually have a goal for the protagonist in the first scene. I'm
Right.
like, this is great. Look, we're off and running. This is very simple. It's I'm going to find my sister and figure out. It's a mystery. He's a detective. He's going to solve the case. What happened to his sister, right?
Hmm.
As soon as this scene takes place, he says, "Fuck my sister." Fuck that. Remember the goal that I had in that first scene? Well, that was just superfluous. And I felt like they so many of the modern writers have taken the save the cat mentality to heart. I brought up Save the Cat before. I don't know that you've ever read the book, but they talk about how if you want to spend, if you want people to spend 2 hours or 10 hours, if it's a television series with the main character, you want them to be likable. So
Hmm.
the analogy, the metaphor that they use is you want him to like save a cat. You want him to like, okay, that cat was going to die. He saved him. I like this
Right.
guy. He's cool. So I always look for the scene where the character is like, he's going to do something that makes me think this is a moral character. And they do that in the very beginning he's looking for a sister. He's trying to, find his family member and save his family member. But it's so obvious that they just threw that in like after the fact, because like the sister thing never even comes up again. It's not a central guiding plot line.
Hmm.
You said, well, you think it's going to come back. I have no faith that it's going to come back. We're 3 episodes in and it hasn't even been mentioned again.
No, and you're right, and that's a completely valid critique. And it's weird because, as I said in the video, it's something they could have very easily fixed. Like he's trying to escape the planet, to escape the police, and to find his sister,
Right.
because
So
presumably he would have some lead to her. But they didn't do that, and it's very bizarre. It's very bizarre.
it's total dereliction of duty too when they're cutting back and forth to this, cute sister girl. You're like, okay, so that's his sister that he doesn't give a fuck about anymore. That's the sister that he's fucking over by not caring, like trying to save his own skin. I'm going, what am I supposed to feel here?
He's
What
because
is
he's
supposed to
this.
be happening here?
Yeah, but see, it's funny because in House of Dragons, I'm complaining that there's no character I like or find interesting, and in Andor, Cass is like not a good guy
Right.
really at all, but I still find his character interesting.
This, I'm looking at this little girl going, oh, that's the one that got sex trafficked. And now he's not trying to save her. She's right now under some schlubby alien taking
Well, wait,
it.
wait, 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 wait. She didn't get sex trafficked. Okay.
You don't
The
know
impl
that.
the
He's in
the
a
implication,
brothel
wait,
looking for her.
the implication was that she chose of her own volition to leave the brothel, which would imply that she chose to work there of her own volition.
What? I
The
mean
woman
that
said that she just left the brothel and didn't give her real name.
yeah, but there's not they don't give you enough information to know that she left of her own volition. You don't know. You have no
If
idea.
someone, I'm just, if someone says, "Oh, I'm looking for someone," they said, "Oh, they left here 2 months ago," and that's all the information you're given. My assumption is, until you're given extra information, that she left on her own volition.
Look, if my sister is out, you know, in this kind of seedy environment and I'm trying to save her and all of a sudden I'm like, "Oh shit. I got shit going on now. Fuck my sister." I'm like I'm a dick. I am a dick, especially the situation that they put those two into.
Mhm.
Like, it's all in your face. Oh, he's trying to find his sister. His sister's,
Okay, I don't know. This didn't bother me anywhere near as much as it bothered you. So
well, and then and then not only that, because they show you the sister setup situation, and you're going, okay, so now not only is he not looking for a sister, or you don't know how long he's been looking for a sister, you don't know how close he is to finding his sister, but then you find out how him and his sister parted ways, and you're like, oh, this is even more fucked up than
it's really
ever.
stupid. I know it's really dumb.
You're
It's
like,
really stupid. Yeah.
and not only that, so in episode 3, they also bring in this other character who it's like completely farcical, this character.
Skarsgård.
Yeah, who wants to, basically recruit him for the rebels, I think, right? And like they're having the whole conversation and like the sister thing never even comes up. Like, I'm like, okay, now you're gonna go do some other thing with him, right? What the fuck, dude? Yeah, it's just bad writing all around. Yeah, it's funny because in the context of Save the Cat, like you're supposed to put this thing in that makes people like the character, and I think trying to do that, they actually did the complete opposite of that.
I don't know. This just didn't bother me. It didn't bother me at all.
Yeah, because you
Um,
listen,
because I liked it for
you
different
when
reasons,
you
though. I didn't see because I didn't look at that. You looked at that
I
scene, that
didn't care
opening
about the
scene.
the people
Wait,
going up in flames in the Batman either. Okay, I didn't
no,
give
no,
a
no, no,
fuck
no. I
about.
understand that, but this
This
is
is the
important.
main character.
This is important because this is how the way that people perceive TV shows and movies is so different. So you're watching this opening scene, and and your thought process is, I'm happy that the show is establishing a clear goal right off the bat.
Yes.
Okay. And then so when the show drops that clear goal, you become angry, and then that anger kind of bleeds over to everything, your perception of the rest of the show. I had a completely opposite experience because that first of all, that thought didn't even occur to me that, oh, this is good because there's a stakes with it, or not stakes, a goal with the sister. My thought was, oh, this is good because this is subverting standard Star Wars. As Shitachi says, because I hate women. Yes, no, this is good because it's it's completely subverting standard Star Wars garbage that I'm tired of seeing. And also subverting standard film tropes with a very interesting, inciting incident that I would never have expected from a Disney Plus TV show.
Right. Yeah.
And so I like that. And then the second thing, and this is where I want to talk about, and this is what's interesting to me, the politics of the show and what Jake and all the other leftists have their heads completely up their ass, is that Cass himself isn't that interesting. The main character of Andor isn't that interesting of a character. And I think going forward, and depending on where this direction the show goes, the show could become really bad
None.
after
Well,
the third episode.
you're right. The bad guys are the only interesting characters.
Yeah, the bad guys are so much more interesting than the main
Well,
characters.
they have a clear moral compass that you
Yes.
understand.
But
Yes.
see, that was another reason why I liked Andor. So Andor is fascinating because the protagonist doesn't have he's not morally righteous at
Right.
all. Okay. He's wanted for murder and he's just trying to save his own skin.
Well, I mean, we argued about that because they do set it up where he
I
is.
said wanted for murder, not that
Right.
I think the first killing was justified, but the second one doesn't. But the bad guys, the antagonists, are actually acting from the more moral uh, position. And that's what I
Right.
thought was so fascinating. And this is why it's hilarious. And it's actually funny. The bad guys are actually acting from a leftist perspective that Corncob Jake would like if he could get his head out of his ass and think about something for 2 seconds, except to just be like, oh, ACAB, oh my God, stick it to the Republicards, ACAB. Because let me explain how this goes. The After Cass kills the two security guys, so the two security guards, there's a fantastic scene where we have two of our villains who work for this corporation and are basically like this world's government slash police. And you have a young up and comer, straight laced, wants to do everything by the book, is all like, we got to go find the guy who killed our two security guards. Like it's very important. And his boss is the exact opposite. He's old, he's tired, he's fat, he's cynical. And he's like, eh. He's like, no, you know what? Looking at the facts of this case, and I know one of those security guards, that guy was an asshole. Okay.
Right. He started it.
That guy was a piece of shit. I knew him. I bet he started a bar fight and it just went poor. It just went really bad. And if you look into this fight, it's going to cause more problems for the company because they were at they were at a brothel, which they weren't supposed to be at, which aren't even supposed to exist on this planet, and they were getting drunk, which they weren't supposed to do. And so people, if you go and look into this murders, you'll actually open up like a whole Pandora's box of shittiness for our company. So instead, I want you to bury this. I want you to basically just create a fake story about how they did something heroic and then died, and then never talk about it again. Okay.
Yep.
So from the bad guy's perspective, we have the bad guy's boss is basically like, just sacrifice our low-level employees to the pit of fire. And who cares about them? But then, and then the boss leaves because he has a business trip or something off world. So he just disappears from the show. And the main bad guy, whose name is Cyril, he says, no, I believe that these low-level workers are important people and that their loyalty to the company should be what's the word I'm looking for? Should
Honored.
be honored. Yes, should be honored. And that's why I think it's hilarious that Corncob Jake can't see this. Like the bad guys literally has like a leftist pro
How?
worker view. He's
Oh,
like, we
okay.
have
I
to
see what you're
protect the
saying.
workers.
The low level workers. Yeah, exactly. The
Like,
company doesn't care anything about the low level workers.
yes, the boss doesn't care about the low level worker, but the bad guy does. And then he hooks up with another bad guy, or another not bad guy, another antagonist who has the exact same view as him, who's awesome. The
Hmm.
guy who's like Scottish or Irish or something, who's like he's the military guy, and he's like, it's a total travesty that this company throws, loyal workers and loyal, security officers under the bus just like they're meat and doesn't care about them. And so to me, it's so fascinating that you have basically the antagonist of the show, even if their organization they're part of is bad because they're, assuming they're subjugating this planet, though we don't actually see them do anything evil, which is funny. We don't actually see the bad guys do anything evil at any point
Yeah.
in the show. Um, but but besides that, the antagonists are basically the ones in the moral right. They're investigating a murder.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I just love that the dynamic is completely reversed. And it's just so fascinating to me that I knew as I was watching this that a bunch of leftists were going to come out and say, "Oh, this show's good because it's ACAB," completely missing the point. Completely missing the point.
Yeah, I mean they do set up those two characters as kind of like authoritarian personality. So I can see why they're having that perception of them. Why people on the like Corn Cop Jake has that perception of them.
Right, because they're very big at the border.
Aesthetically,
Yes.
yeah,
Right.
aesthetically
Right.
they're
But
total right wingers.
Maxie, I'm glad you said that because that shows that's very important for politics too. Because it shows how you have the villains or the antagonists in Andor have an aesthetic. They have they're wearing nice uniforms. That uniforms look sort of like Imperial officer uniforms, sort of. And so they have a quote aesthetic of like authoritarianism, and then that's all that people like Jake react to. Like they're just so primed by a visual aesthetic
Mm-hmm.
that they can't look beyond that to see the people beneath
What
and the motivations beneath and the morality beneath
you
to see what's
can
actually going
perceive
on.
this though in the same way as these guys are covering for their crooked co-workers. So I mean, there is an element of what they're doing is wrong.
Well,
That
no,
I
because if
think,
they were the boss wanted him to just cover it up.
yeah,
And they
but
don't even the thing is that Cyril and the two antagonists that are trying to catch Cass, no one knows like the facts surrounding the case. They don't
right,
know that these guys are assholes when they were messing with Cass. They just know two guys were murdered that used to work at this company. That's literally all they know.
right, but we know the situation.
Sure, we
We
do.
know that two
Right.
corrupt cops were shot in the face, and now the police are chasing the guy who did this, which can be perceived as covering for crooked cops.
Yeah, but it's only no, it would only be covering for crooked cops if the cops knew that the cops they're covering for are crooked, which they
Well,
did know.
but the boss literally comes out and says these guys are
He's just speculating though. He just entirely speculated it.
right, but we, the audience, know that his speculations are correct.
I understand that, but
Yes.
from Cyril's perspective, from the other antagonist's perspective,
Yeah,
they're
but
not their motivation is not, oh, we have to get revenge. They don't even know these people. It's not
mhm,
like, oh, I have to get revenge for my buddy who I know is crooked, and that's all I care about is getting revenge.
right,
They themselves are acting out of a moral motivation.
right.
They're like they're not even trying to kill Cass. They're like, we need to arrest him because
But look
he
at it.
killed two people.
Look at it from the ACAB perspective, though. Just turn your brain onto the ACAB perspective.
Mm-hmm.
They know they're corrupt because they're all corrupt.
Exactly.
I'm just saying that's the way they look at it.
Right, right.
So, and I don't necessarily know that the writers are not on board with that ACAB perspective.
I don't think they are.
There was a debate going on Twitter on whether or not Andor was what was woke about Andor. Somebody asked, and I immediately pointed to the ACAB aesthetic and also the.
I completely disagree with you.
Well, I mean, you can disagree, but I think other people are picking up on it. So you don't think
Because they're picking up on they're assuming they're not looking beyond the visual aesthetic.
who's the hero here and who's the bad guy?
Well, that's the question. We don't know. There's a protagonist and there's an antagonist.
Don't
I don't know if
no
there's a hero and a
no
villain.
don't no don't
Don't know
don't
me.
no don't
You
do
know
that.
me?
Are you insinuating?
Yeah.
I mean, we might have to make another $500 bet if you're insinuating that at the end of this we're going to discover that the cops are the true protagonists here, the
No, no,
heroes
no,
of
no, no.
this
Of course not.
story?
Of course not. Of course
Okay.
not.
Then I'll ask again. Who are the heroes and who are the villains in this
I
story?
that's a $1 million question.
No, it's not. It's
There
easy.
are no
It's the
clear heroes and
villains
villains in
are
Andor, at
the
least yet.
cops.
No, you're so
The
wrong. Okay.
cops are set up as the villains. They
No,
are going to be
no,
the villains in the end.
no,
They are going to do more villainous acts. They're set up as the villains, yes.
nope.
And that's why it clings. That's why it displays the ACAB aesthetic that Corncob Jake here loves, and that's
You're okay.
intentional.
There are two. No,
They're
you're
not
completely
trying.
wrong.
They're
You're
not
completely
trying.
wrong.
You're adding a lot.
Completely wrong, Adam. This is crazy.
You're adding a lot of complexity to
I'm
this
not.
that doesn't
What,
exist.
what are you talking about? If you wanted to make a Star Wars show that's supposed to be about ACAB, you would have the cops just be evil.
Mhm.
Okay. This show is going so far out of its way to not only not make the cops evil, to make them seem like they are, at least from their perspective, acting good, but to make these characters interesting and likable, and you want to watch them.
Because
this is not an ACAB show.
because a woke writer does not need to make the cops overly evil, because everyone knows, and this is their thinking, obviously, just from the woke perspective, that cops are innately evil. Everybody knows cops are corrupt. Everyone knows they're a corrupt institution.
The guy that wrote this show is the guy that wrote the movie Rogue One.
Okay.
And he's the guy that writes the Bourne Identity movies.
Okay.
So I don't know if he's I don't know if this is fair to say he's some woke writer or something. Okay.
Well, he could just be typing what the woke producer tells him to put in. So
it's not putting that aside. If this is what you have, if this is supposed to be woke, you have to explain to me why the writer went out of his way to make the cop characters have this very interesting moral motivation.
Wait a second, to cover for their corrupt buddies?
That's not, you keep saying that's not their motivation. You're wrong if you say that's their motivation.
Well, they want justice / revenge for the killing of their corrupt brothers.
They don't know them.
Well, it doesn't matter. Tangibly, in reality, they want revenge for their corrupt brothers.
You have to. We're talking about what motivates a person, okay?
Yes.
A person does not have perfect knowledge, and a character in a TV show should not have perfect knowledge. I
understand that. I'm talking about what we as the audience knows. What they are doing, it's plain as day what they're doing is they are seeking revenge for their corrupt cops shaking down somebody in the street.
You can't interpret a story that way. That doesn't make sense. You have to interpret the characters versus you have to interpret a character's actions based on what the character knows and what the character says they believe and what they say they know. Okay. And in Andor, the very first scene with the character Fisk, or whatever his name is, the lieutenant, the Irish guy, the Scottish guy, okay, who comes in, the Scottish guy who's the antagonist, who's the security, he's a sergeant. He enters into the room and he's a conversation with Cyril. And their very first conversation is him saying, "It's an honor to work with you, Cyril, because too many times the higher ups in this company don't care about the grunts and the low level employees, and they don't want to spend the energy and resources to look into like when the low level people get killed." Okay, there's nothing there about revenge. There's nothing there about corruption or protecting corrupt buddies. The conversation is literally about, we're looking out for the little guy.
I understand.
That's the conversation. That's the motivation of these characters.
Yes, I understand. Okay. Look, I understand a character can have motivation. Like a lot of times characters have motivations for the way that they think the world is. But we as the audience know that the world is different because the writer has given us some bit of information.
Well, we see information that the other
character doesn't have. Correct. Yes. So we know that he's fighting because he thinks that obviously these guys were doing the right thing. They're one of us. But he doesn't know that. We know that he doesn't know that. But we know the truth. that they were a couple of a-holes shaking down some dude, and now they're going to be avenged. So we know that if he achieves his goal in fighting for his coworker and gets revenge for his coworker, we know what he did is not a good thing. I guess the complication comes in when the character finds out, oh yeah, they really were shaking these guys down. They really were the bad guys. Does he cover it up? Does the blue wall of silence go up now? What happens there?
Well, that would be an interesting question if the show actually goes into that.
Right, but I think the blue wall of silence is going to go up. I think that's going to happen. And then I will say, obviously, yeah, the show's woke. Of course the blue wall of silence was going to go up.
You're so wrong. The show is not ACAP. The show's anti-ACAP intentionally.
Well, this is so much fun, Sitch, because we're going to get more of the show, and we'll see who's right, right? Either Adam's going to end up right or you're going to end up right.
Well, no, I think what I'm worried is going to happen is, and this is what's crazy, and I hope, and as I said in the video, I hope it's a mistake. The IMDb shows that Cyril only is in 3 episodes of the show.
Yeah, because Adam is right.
And so, well, no, because it wouldn't have to do with woke. My concern is at the end of the 3rd episode, Cass goes off with Skarsgård, who's like that random doctor character from the Avengers movies and the Thor movies, and he's gonna try to recruit him to join the rebels to fight the Empire. And so I'm worried is that the entire plot line of everything that was happening on this planet is just going to be fucking thrown into the wind and evaporated, and we're never going to see any resolution to any of it.
Yeah, because they don't know how to write a interesting story. It's like that part is over now. Look, that was just the setup of how he got into the Rebel Alliance. None of those interesting characters matter.
If that happens, I'm gonna say the show is dog shit. If that happens, the show is utterly dog shit. Look, it's just a coincidence that the first 3 episodes had anything good in it. If that's the case,
they've already established a pattern with him dropping the sister in the first.
That's true.
Episode.
That's why. Yeah, but I'm worried because that is a pattern.
Yeah.
Mr. Naysayer says something very interesting, and that's what I agree with. He says you have a morally gray protagonist, morally gray antagonist. The only baddie is the machine. And yeah, I think those can be very interesting stories. I think that is how the first 3 episodes of Andor play out.
If you are giving the most generosity to the show humanly possible, yes.
Okay, you're not answering. You haven't answered my question, my main question, which is that if the show is supposed to just be woke ACAP, why would they give the police characters these interesting moral quandaries to deal with and make them these interesting characters?
It's accidental.
No, so that's crazy.
It's just
he accidentally wrote something that was really interesting.
They're trying to write an interesting scene, and they just did it accidentally. So many of the scenes are just awful, terrible, ridiculous scenes with horrible dialogue and ridiculous motivations. Of course, some are going to come out okay just accidentally. But when it's like 50-50 or 60-40, you're not dealing with a competent writer. So, I mean, if all the scenes were good, if all the if everything was interesting, you'd be like, okay, this person knows what they're doing.
So you're saying that like Andor, it's like, you have the infinite monkeys with infinite time, then they're gonna eventually write out Shakespeare. Like they're just accidentally writing like good scenes and bad scenes, and they're slapping them together. That's what you're saying.
Basically, yeah. Well, I haven't even gotten to the second woke point. I mean, there's 2 obvious super woke
we can get
points.
to that for a second, but I just want to say the reason I disagree with you on this point is that the problems with Andor are not. I don't think there is bad dialogue, for the most part. I think the problem is that there are certain scenes that are super, super, super contrived. Like they want to have a scene where this character dies or this thing happens, and then they just contrive some like really lame, lazy way to make it happen.
What the fuck is the character on the transport that's like, watch out for your wallet? Oh, I used to live here, and
I know that was. Well, that was the dialogue wasn't bad.
Amazing dialogue.
Wait, the dialogue wasn't bad. The scene just was pointless because you're like, I don't understand what the point of the scene is. But the dialogue itself wasn't bad.
Here, let me have a main character come in and be set up by some other ancillary character we're never going to see again, just talking to him. Like if that character would have showed up and been like tailing him or something and showed up at the fight and tried to arrest him or something,
That
that
would have
would have
been
been
very good.
interesting.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
would have
you'd
been
be like,
great.
"Oh,
Yeah.
okay, that makes sense."
Right. Right.
Now it's just like, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they showed a shot of him at the casino, pulling the slot machines. Like, oh, that's where that character is now. It's like, why?
No,
Why are you doing this
I
to me?
agree with you. There were weird. There were setups that didn't have any payoffs, and it
Yes,
was very
yeah,
bizarre. Yeah, I agree with you. And I think there were big problems with the show. That conversation is like a 3 minute conversation with Skarsgård that is
yeah.
basically pointless, except it establishes a bunch of lore for the planet that I don't really care about.
And that we even going to be on this planet? It kind of seems
I
like we're
assume not.
leaving the
No.
planet immediately.
Right.
It's like, what the fuck? Why is this happening? And where's his sister? I mean, I'm worried about his sister, for heaven's sakes. I guess I'm not supposed to care, but I just feel like, oh man, what a dick.
Hmm.
The second woke aspect to it is the aesthetic of the Lord of the Flies situation, which is not really Lord of the Flies at all. I mean, obviously, because you have women in charge, it never devolved into Lord of the Flies, right?
Well, because you have, I think because you have in Lord of the Flies, they were all like 10 or 12, right? So it's like
Right.
way, it's like way worse. This seems like an age range of like 5 to 18. So
Right. Yeah. No, I
yeah.
I mean I perceived Sitch had a different perception of them. I perceived the younger people as like young adults. So
Well, no,
I
no, you just were incorrect. You didn't realize this. You didn't realize what was
no,
happening until I pointed it out
I
to you.
went back and watched it again, and I'm like,
Yes,
there are people here that look like, yeah, they're young adults. They could have kids if it was a hunter
medieval
gatherer.
times.
Yeah, or medieval times, whatever. I
Okay.
mean, we don't know the context of what's going on here.
So for okay, so those who haven't seen the show, basically the main character Cass, he keeps having dreams or flashbacks of his childhood, and him, he lived on this like mining planet where apparently there was some disaster and the
Mhm.
planet was deemed off limits, and none of this is really explained what's going on.
How are those flashbacks? Did it show him like in bed dreaming this?
Yeah, literally the first one is like he wakes up.
Okay.
It's like the girl saying Cass, 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 and he wakes up. So yeah, that's
Okay.
yeah. But so so Cass is living on this planet, but it's weird because they're like living in this hunter-gatherer society in a forest, but everyone there is like a kid to a young adult. There's no parents, there's no adults. The oldest people look like they're maybe 18 or something.
Hmm.
There's no adults. So you're like, what the fuck happened to all these adults? Where are all the adults? And but they don't look like
Wait a second here.
primitive. Well, wait,
You have to put together where are the adults yourself. No one
they
on
never tell us.
screen.
They
No
don't
one
tell
on
us where
screen
the
says where
adults
are
are.
the adults. No one on screen comes out and says, we're all abandoned here.
Well, just look at them. Just use your eyeballs. Show,
Well,
not tell.
I don't. Okay, whatever. Sure. It's not made explicit. It's unclear what's exactly going on.
No, you're right. That's the thing. It is unclear what's going on. It's
Mhm.
unclear why there are no adults or where they are. It's clear that there are no adults. That's clear because you look and you say there's no adults here at all.
Well,
There's no
there
adults.
are young adults. There are plenty
There's
of young
18
adults
year
there.
olds. Okay, but where are
I'd
the
say
people
some
that
of them
had these
look as
children?
old as 21. I went back and rewatched it. I'd say there were plenty of people in there that look 21.
Okay, regardless of whether they're 18 or 21,
Hmm.
it doesn't look like any of the kids there are doesn't look like any of them are the parents of any of the people in that tribe. It looks like there are no tribes. I mean, no parents at
Well,
all.
I don't. There's no babies or anything.
There's no babies, there's no
Right.
parents. Okay. There's
Yeah.
no old people.
No babies and
They,
no old people.
right.
Exactly
So you're
right.
like, there's
Yeah.
something weird is going on.
Right.
They're not primitive because they're not wearing like clothes that they would stitch together, if you were a hunter-gatherer society out of like animal hides. They're
But they
wearing
have
clothes.
seen Dances with Wolves because they understand that you put the face paint on, your Indian face paint on,
Right.
like in a certain style.
Right, exactly. But So they're wearing clothes that have been like clothes they scavenged from other people.
This is all headcanon here.
No, you can look at it and see what I don't, not everything. Okay, not everything has to be directly. You don't need a line in the TV show where a character says, "Where are all our parents? We sure need to scavenge some clothing." Like I think you can have information that is shown to you that you, an audience member, if you're paying attention, can say like, "Oh, okay, this must be what's happening in the story."
Right, but I could easily say, listen, just look at them, Sitch. They're all on a camping trip that they've been on for 3 months, okay? That's why their clothes are dirty. Like, I could make up some head canon for
That's
exactly
insane.
what's
That doesn't
going
make any
on
sense.
here.
Why would they be on a camping trip?
I mean, I went back and rewatched it. It looks like they're on a camping trip to me. What are you talking about?
They have
They're
like they
all,
have
listen, Sitch, they're all on a reality television show called
no,
Survivor, okay?
no.
And there's cameras watching them commit this. They're all competing for $1 million, okay? That's what's going on in this scene.
No. I go. This is no. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. You have a bunch of kids in the forest,
Mm-hmm.
who are scavenging
Well,
down
and I
ships.
mean, they've made like tree houses and shit like that. They've got forts and shit set up as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they have little places that they're living.
Because as soon as you go on Survivor, making the shelter is the
Okay,
most
stop.
important
No, they're
thing.
not on. They're not on Star Wars Intergalactic Survivor. That's preposterous. Okay.
I
Yes,
mean,
we have to be trolling. We
well,
know you're trolling
hold
at
on,
this
hold on.
point. Okay.
Wouldn't it be an amazing subversion of expectations if that's actually what happened?
That would be an amazing. That would be the most amazing thing. But
And he
that's
comes
obviously
out, he
not what's
says,
happening.
"Listen, Mom, I was gonna win $1 million until you abducted me from the show. You
I
fucking
want you to be clear
piece
to the
of
people.
shit."
You have to be clear to people in the chat that you don't actually believe that is the story. You're just saying this because the show doesn't tell you. So you're saying this is some bizarre, potential, but
Well,
you don't actually believe that they're on a camping trip.
no, they have some Lord of the Flies. Well, they don't even really have like a Lord of the Flies thing set up. There's a bunch of young adults to children, and they seem to be like primitive. But if you're not Sitch and you're not looking, okay, their clothes look like they were manufactured on Empire Planet 705. I don't know why they're speaking Native American. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why. Like, why would they be?
Adam is the lazy popcorn eater. Like, tell me all the information. I don't want to have to think about the TV show. Nom, 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 nom. What? They're
And
speaking
Sitch,
an alien language and there's no subtitles. How am I supposed to understand what's going on? Nom, nom, nom.
it's wait. Sitch likes a movie that he writes half of because it's so unclear that you can't really tell what's going
I know.
on.
To me, okay, this is information I got from that by just using my eyeballs. Okay, you have kids with no parents. Their parents are all dead or gone for some reason. That hasn't been explained yet. Possibly they were forced to work in these minings or something and then died. Who knows? They're wearing scavenged clothes, and Cass, his little sister is like really attached to Cass. Cass wants to go out and go join a scavenging mission because like that seems to be the way in which adulthood is sort of prescribed in this tribe is the ability to go and scavenge. That's why when he starts to put the face paint on, one of the other kids hits him, and then they argue about whether he's old enough or whether he's going to be allowed to go on the scavenger mission. And then the girl that he likes, who's the leader, says he can, and so that's why he continues to put the face paint on.
Yeah, he saw Dances with Wolves, and he's like, I want to look like a Native American
Okay.
from American history. I just why the face paint thing? What was going on with the face paint? Because I mean, as far as making
I don't
them,
know. They wanted to make them look like, as you said, like Native Americans or something, or natives.
but
Yeah.
like they weren't really doing a camouflage thing. Obviously, they're all running around in yellow jackets.
Well, they're stupid kids. I would totally buy that. A bunch of stupid kids, are doing dumb shit that doesn't make sense.
You don't think it's a let's hit up the indigenous people
It could be.
aesthetic?
It could be to make them more empathetic. Yeah, it could
Yeah,
be.
everyone feels bad for Native Americans. Here, look, these are the good guys. These are
Okay,
the
you need to explain to the chat the truth here. This is the real reason you didn't like the flashbacks.
because they were going for the woke Native American vibe. Yes, I admit that.
Right, because
Yeah.
you, as soon as you saw the scene, you thought, "Oh, we have another show that's talking about how awesome Native Americans are."
Yes,
You know,
they
Native Americans
look
sucked. They ripped the hearts out of people in Central America, and they
the
did a bunch,
entire
and they enslaved people, and did all this bad stuff. And so you had like all this like negative connotation that had nothing to do with the show that you're sort of like shoving
you
into the
don't know
show.
that it doesn't have anything to do with the show. The B story completely
You got cut off. I didn't hear what you said.
the can you still hear me?
I can hear you now. Yeah,
I don't know what happened. Oh, I think Wormy.
it was just for like a second.
Wormy, get off my desk. What are you doing? You can't be up here causing all kinds of havoc. The B story is James Cameron's Avatar. It is the I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if these kids end up,
Wait, no, it's
having
not. I don't even know how you could say that.
okay. I just said it. James Jane what do you think they're mining on?
That was a very good response.
What do you think they're mining on this planet if it's not unobtainium? What do you think happened on this planet?
No,
They
no, no.
were
But to
mining
me,
unobtainium and there was an accident that killed all the
right.
workers and now that all that is left is the children of the workers and the evil corporation is responsible for, these kids' horrible lives. How's that not Avatar?
If well, first of all, you were just criticizing me for creating information that's not there. Okay.
No, but listen,
Which you just did now.
look,
Okay.
this was your theory on what is happening here.
Well, no, and I said
My
to
theory
you,
is the good one about they're a survive. It's a game show.
trying to TV
Mine's
show.
the better theory,
No,
more
you're right. If
interesting.
it could be it could be Avatar potentially.
Is
That these
Avatar
are a
woke?
bunch of these are a bunch of I guess. I mean, Avatar existed pre-woke, conceptually, but it was definitely playing off of those all, the evil white people are the colonizers, and
Yeah,
the
the
natives are all
colonizers.
right. I didn't like Avatar when it came out for the reason you literally said.
I
Pre-woke.
agree. I
When I saw
agree.
Avatar, there were two movies that came out like close to each other. There's Avatar and there's District 13 or 9 or
District
whatever.
19.
No,
District
it wasn't
9.
19.
What the
District
fuck?
9. Yeah. And I said, I watched Avatar and I said, this movie's pretty but stupid. And it's just Pocahontas slash Dances with Wolves slash Last Samurai
Right.
slash, Fern Gully. We've seen all these movies before.
Sure.
And it's boring and it's stupid. And then I saw District 9. I'm like, this movie's really great, except the
Yeah.
end is terrible and it kind of ruins the rest of the movie. But before you get to the end, it's great. And it's actually telling the story of Avatar in a far better,
More interesting way. Yeah.
way, right?
The
So I
urban
agree with
way.
you. Um, if that's the case with Cass's backstory, that's stupid. But all I'm saying is you can't say it's Avatar because we don't know. We don't know if these kids are native to this planet or if they're just the kids of miners who were brought to this planet to mine and their parents all died. Like, we have no we don't have the information.
Neither one
Right.
of those things changes the Avatar
Well, no, because Avatar is a story
situation.
about a native population is
Right, but
basically displaced by evil colonization, and the native population are, all good and innocent, and the colonizers are all bad. Okay.
in one story you make the natives the slaves, in the other story you bring the slaves from somewhere else. It's the same story.
Well, they might not even be slaves. They could just be literal workers. We don't know
Okay,
anything
yeah.
about these kids. We don't know anything about what's going on with them, why they're there.
Well, we're gonna find out. We're
Because
definitely gonna maybe, hopefully.
I mean,
I don't know.
we might not find out, but that would be because the reason that it doesn't make sense to me, and this is a big plot hole that could be a big plot hole, is that if they're supposed to be the native population and their parents were all, Skarsgård says his dad is hung. I don't know how Skarsgård knows that or who he is, but whatever, which is another weird like potential plot hole. But I'm assuming they'll get into that in future episodes. If these are the kids of the native population, and the native population was enslaved to work in the mines, they would have enslaved the kids too. They wouldn't let the kids go. You need to have like new workers when your old slave workers die.
Oh
So that's
my.
why, like, if they would just enslave the workers, why are the kids be running around in the forest?
Yeah, I don't know. There's not a lot to go on. So,
Well, that's the thing. There isn't a lot to go on. We don't know.
I mean, they could have fleshed out the world a little bit and maybe cut that scene on the transport for it was 8 minutes long. It's
No,
like,
I agree with you. And this is, and you said in the video that I made, I said that there's a lack of focus in the TV show
yeah,
where
no, that was good.
there's too much time spent on things that don't matter and that don't go anywhere and not, instead of focusing on things that do matter.
Yeah, no, I loved your video. Your video was great.
Yes, I said his dad was well hung.
Is that what you
That's
said?
what I said. Yes. He was
So
hanged, not hung. Did I say hunged? He was hanged. Excuse me.
we'll see where Andor goes.
Well, I just want to say, because I'm praising it now, there are lots of problems with it. There's lots of stupid shit that happens. I talk about some of the stupid shit that happens in the video, which will eventually be put up, hopefully tomorrow. Even if I have to replace everything with still images, um, but I do predict that the show is going to get markedly worse going forward because it seems like, and I say this in the video, everything I liked about the show was how it wasn't like that connected to Star Wars, but it seems like episode 4 going forward is going to be, oh, Cass is going to join the rebels and fight the Empire, and it's going to be all that garbage, and it's just going to be, I think it's immediately going to go down the shitter as soon as that happens.
If that's the case, they could have set that up in like a third of an episode. Like if
Yes.
that's where it's going, it's ridiculous that they put 3 episodes in here.
Unless they're just trying to stretch it out as long as possible. Like Ring of Power, they're trying to stretch it out.
Rings of Power, yeah, is
Yeah.
just yeah. It's obviously garbage tier content now.
Yeah, CT, like the whole video is copyrighted. It's like insane. I don't understand. But
Yeah, we have to use why CT. You're not supposed to be here. What's going on?
she's on her phone, I assume.
The yeah, why isn't CT doing the copyright checking, Sitch? What's going on?
I don't know if she has in the past,
Why is
but
that your job?
well,
Anyway.
because I add stuff to it at the end
Oh
anyway when
yeah,
I
you
change the
do.
editing. So
All right. Any? I guess we haven't really talked about Rings of Power. Is there any update on Rings of Power?
last episode was boring and terrible. But that's to be expected, right? I don't know. It's
Last episodes was new levels of cringe though, because they had
mm.
first of all, for some reason, it became a musical about 5 minutes in. It's like,
As soon as there's a
what?
song, I knew Adam was gonna freak
I
out.
was
Yeah.
like, what the fuck? Not only is the Harfoot storyline my most hated, now they're singing. And I mean, it's a long song. You're going, what the hell? It's like 10 minutes long. It's awful. It's awful. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So it becomes a musical. Okay. Now and all of a sudden it's going to become like a martial arts thing now. The Galadriel is going to come out and teach the Numenorians how to sword fight in the most cringe sequence ever committed to film.
Yes, that scene was so bad. Galadriel's
Yeah.
like, if anyone can land a blow on me, they'll get promoted. It's like, what was the point of that scene? Just to show what we already knew that she's a badass. Like, get it? She's a badass. She can
And she's
fight.
not a badass. None of that. I mean, it looked like no one was really fighting.
Well, I know the choreography is bad, but I'm saying from the logic of the story, it's supposed to be establishing that she's a badass, which is pointless because we already know that because she sold a fucking frost troll. Okay, so what those scenes serve no purpose.
Well, and not only that, it completely contradicts everything that they've set up about the Numenorians. Like in the last episode, the
Yeah.
Numenorians they're worried about the elves taking their jobs. They're all deadly racist against elves, and now all of a sudden, oh, let's let this elf come out and train us, show us what idiots we are. It's like what?
Well, it's the way the show. Well, first, let me read a Peachy218 thanks for $5 says, I saw that corn cob guy on Twitter saying Rings of Power is good and defending the
No
Galadriel
way.
horse riding scene, saying he liked it.
No way. No way. Oh shit.
Oh,
I
we
got
have
it.
to find that
I know.
tweet.
I'm going. I'm going to corner cob. Hopefully I'm not blocked yet.
Oh my God. That's amazing.
Fuck. So, Rings of Power, you loved it, right? I mean, you thought it was
No, no, no. Rings of Power is terrible.
you love that scene.
Right. But no, no, no. So this is part of the terrible writing of Rings of Power. Okay.
Hmm.
So you generally want to have your protagonist. This is like such a fucking standard baby rule of writing. It's bizarre that I have to say that. You generally want to have your protagonist creating the change in the world that moves them towards the direction of accomplishing their goal.
Of
Okay.
course.
So
Otherwise, they're
like
just superfluous to the story.
right. So it's like they have a goal, like in Lord of the Rings, the goal is, get the ring into Mount Doom. And so our protagonists are acting upon that. They're doing things to make that goal happen. Frodo and Sam are walking towards the mountain. They're fighting off monsters. Aragorn and Gimli and Legolas, they're defending the humans, and then they're trying to give cover for Frodo by drawing Sauron's attention. The third one, like they're acting in ways that helps them accomplish their goal. In Rings of Power, it's like the fucking opposite of that. Galadriel's goal is in the last episode or the previous episode is I want to convince the Numenorian men and women to send an army to Middle Earth to help defeat the orcs in the Southlands. Okay,
Yep.
that's her goal.
Yep.
How does she go about accomplishing this? How does she accomplish this goal? Well, she yells at the queen. She calls the queen the C word.
A cunt?
She, yes,
No, she didn't call it.
no, she didn't. But she yells at
Just
the queen.
about. I mean,
She just
it
about
is
right.
kind of ridiculous.
She yells at the queen. She goes to try. She goes to a library.
Hmm.
She talks to her dying father, which produces nothing of value, and then she ends up getting arrested. Okay.
Yep.
So she so then how does the queen change her mind? Why does the queen decide to suddenly completely go 180 and help Galadriel? And why does the population go completely 180 and decide not to be racist against elves?
Hmm.
Well, because there's a big ass tree in
Hmm.
the middle of the city that legends say the
Yeah.
tree represents the will of the gods.
Magic
And
omen.
so it's a literal Deus fucking ex machina. It's a
Totally.
literal hand of God moment. The
Right.
tree's leaves start falling off when they're going to deport Galadriel. And they say, oh no, the leaves are falling off when we're deporting Galadriel. I guess the gods are unhappy. We should change our
Right.
ways.
Yeah. So everything, it's a pity that the gods didn't just help Galadriel achieve her goal, right? I mean, you figure they could have just done that if the gods
Yes,
are
it's
stepping
totally
in.
it's totally insane. I was like, no, it's a literal Deus Ex Machina. Like, come on, Galadriel doesn't do anything to actually the entire show. She's done nothing to further her goal at any
Nope.
point. She just keeps
Nope.
going haphazardly from one situation to the other, and fate is basically dragging her along.
Yeah. She's had zero successes, which just is horrible writing, horrible everything.
It's it's so bad. It's so bad. And then I'm trying to think there was so much dumb stuff in the last episode. Oh, there's all this whole plot line where uh Durin the dwarf is talking to Elrond, and this actually made no sense. Okay,
Oh, I fucking
this
hated
made
that.
this made actually this was actually a massive plot hole that I assume other people. I haven't been watching people's content on this. I assume other people were talking about this. It's a massive plot hole. So the entire reason Elrond goes to the dwarves is because Celebrimbor, the guy who is going to end up forging the rings of power, is like, I need to build a big forge, but I can't. And for some reason, it has to be done by some time that we're not explained why. But there's some ticking time element that's never explained. He needs to build a big forge, and he needs to build it in some X amount of months. And he can't get enough elven labor from the king. So Elrond is the one that suggests and says we should go, outsource our labor to the dwarves. Okay, this is Elrond's suggestion.
Mhm.
Then it turns out in this last episode, surprise, the Elf King actually wanted Elrond to go there because the Elf King somehow knew about Mithril and knew the
Oh,
dwarves
that's a
had found
huge
Mithril,
plot hole.
and he wanted Elrond to steal it or something. And you're like,
That's
but wait a minute.
it was
The
his
king didn't
idea.
It was Elrond's idea to go there in the first place. The king never said Elrond to go there. What the fuck? What? How does this make any
That's
sense?
a giant plot hole. The
Yes, it's
and
huge.
I mean, it's also completely unclear that they need to wear mithril armor in order. Like, do they have to wear it to bed? Are they gonna have to wear it in the shower? Like, what the fuck? What is happening here? What is
Well,
the plan here?
and then it's funny because Rings of Power undermines its own conflict again because it turns out like so in the previous episodes the dwarves are like we found mithril and this is going to put our people on the map. I guess they don't really
Yeah,
explain how. Are
yeah.
they going to sell weapons?
They never
Are they going to
explain
have?
how,
Yeah,
which
they
is
never
another
explain.
giant problem.
Right, and it doesn't really make sense unless they were going to go make mithril weapons and armor and go conquer a bunch of people, which I'm assuming they're not going to
Hmm.
do. So they
That would
never
be
explain.
great.
They never really explain how the mithril is going to help them. And then there's supposed to be a conflict because the elves want the mithril.
Right,
And the reason the elves want the mithril is because the elves are dying. They're losing their connection to the gods or to the light of whoever the god is.
right.
But that light of the gods supposedly exists in mithril. And so if they can all wear some amount of mithril or
Make
something,
mithril undergarments.
yeah, they're like Mormons. If they can wear
I
mithril
see.
underwear,
This drove me crazy because it's like,
yes,
what am I supposed to be picturing in my head here? Because I have absolutely no idea what the fuck your plan is.
right, right.
And they even talk about it in this way that I'm not convinced the writers know what their plan is, because they're like the mithril light, and if we shroud ourselves in mithril light, it's like, okay, you're gonna make some mithril uh overhangs. Like, what exactly is going on here?
Yes. So
I don't know what you guys are trying to achieve here.
I don't know what the lore is of Mithril. In Lord of the Rings, Mithril is just a super strong, super light metal. In
Right,
Rings of Power, maybe this is with the lore, I don't know. They explain that the reason Mithril exists is because some great warrior was fighting a Balrog, protecting a tree that had the power of the god in it or something, or some divine entity, and lightning struck the tree while the guy was fighting the Balrog, and magic happened, and that made mithril in this mountain, in this one specific mountain for some reason. Okay.
hmm
Do they say they need to wear mithril? Or do they just need it? They don't explain it. They just say they just need the mithril. They don't
they
explain.
need to shroud themselves
Does
in
he say
mithril,
shroud?
something like that. It's like we need to cover ourselves in mithril.
I don't
And
know.
I
He just
thought,
they just need it for they just need it. I don't know. Maybe they're gonna eat it. Who the fuck knows? They need
yeah,
mithril. Okay.
but
But
that's important.
right.
I
But
gotta
here's
know
why
if this is
this.
achievable.
But wait. Here's why this undermines it undermines the conflict for two massive reasons. Okay. So they're setting this up like, oh, there's going to be conflict between elves and dwarves
Right,
because they both want the mithril.
right.
Okay. And maybe this could have been set up like this is why elves and dwarves have some kind of not liking each other like for the next 1,000 years. But that's not true because they didn't like each other before this anyway. So that's not set up that way. But it undermines the conflict because as soon as Elrond explains to Durin that if they don't get the mithril, all the elves will die.
Right.
Durin's like, well, of course I'll give you the mithril.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like so there's no conflict. The conflict's avoided because it's like, well, the dwarves want it because they want to be rich, and the elves need it because they're gonna die. Okay. But then two, it's actually a fake conflict because the whole thing is the dwarves want the mithril to be rich, right?
Yeah. So they just give them the money.
Just sell it to the elves. That's all they have to do.
There is no conflict.
There's no conflict. This is a win-win. The dwarves are like, we found this new metal. It's so amazing. And the elves are like, well, that's very convenient. We need to buy all this new metal. And the dwarves are like, well, this is wonderful. I can sell you all this new metal. We can make shit tons of money. Like, this is so stupid. There's no conflict here.
Yeah, it's totally stupid.
I couldn't believe it. I'm like, what is this?
And then they have this shoehorned in fake conflict about
Oh, that was so bizarre.
Elrod
The
honoring.
table?
Well, no, the table plays into it, but it's about Elrod made an oath that he wouldn't tell anybody about the mithril,
Right.
and he has
Even though
to
the
go
king already knows about it.
right. And everyone is talking about his oath so explicitly as if they don't already know. It's so weird. It's like, It seems like everybody knows already. It's not really like you haven't broken your oath as it is. And then so the big conflict for him is one of, honesty versus dishonesty. And then the dwarf comes in and totally lies about the fucking table. I'm like, he
Yes.
doesn't have a leg to stand on about honesty versus dishonesty.
It's so there's a scene that's so bafflingly bizarre in the show where the dwarven prince is eating with the elves, the
Yeah.
king elf and Elrond, and they're talking about presumably making some agreement for labor to build the forge, which is the entire purpose of this situation. No one talks about. Like no
Well,
one talks about
this
this,
is
like the
yeah.
outsourcing of labor, which is the entire point of them, having this interaction in the first place.
Well, the labor to build I guess that was just a sham. They really wanted the mithril. They're not going to build the forge that makes the rings of power.
I'm assuming they're going to do both.
But that's so weird. That's
It
so
is very
weird.
weird. Right.
Why?
I don't
You
know.
you've built this foundation for the story, and then you're like, oh, just forget about that. We're gonna
Right.
go in a completely different direction here.
Right. But no, so it's just so weird. So like 5 minutes of a show that's already has glacial pacing, okay, is devoted to the dwarf looks at the table. They're eating on this like big rock table. And the dwarf says, this rock that we're eating on, he's like, where did you get this rock? He's all accusatory. And the
Mm-hmm.
king seems like the king, it's so weird. The king acts like he's very like shady. And so, as opposed to just being like, I don't know, it's a table. Like the king, I don't know where the table fucking came from. But no, the king is very shady about the table. He's like, oh, well, I don't know, this is just a table. Um, and then the dwarf says that the rock of this table only comes from some very specific layer underneath the ground, and
Hmm.
that it's very difficult to get. And so the dwarves basically like this rock is like holy, so it has like religious significance to it because of
Hmm.
how this rock is, how rare this rock is. Okay.
Hmm.
And when you watch the scene, you think, wait a minute, like, what is the implication here? Is he implying that like elves snuck into the dwarven mines and like mined rock from their mines and it's in secret or something? And I was so confused. I'm like, wait, what? That's like insane. How the fuck did that happen? And so the king's like, okay, well, listen, we'll give you the table back. You can have the table. And then it turns out that that whole scene was a lie. The dwarf
Yeah.
lied. He just made that up just for no reason because he wanted to fuck with the elf king.
Yeah. Which
So you're
is
like, wait,
just like so
we had a
he
5 minute scene of all this for no reason.
yeah, not only does it not I mean, it doesn't establish anything good about the
Anyone.
character that you're supposed to like. Well, I
Right.
mean, it does. The king did the right thing. Obviously, the king was like, "Oh, we fucked up. This is your sacred table. Let's deliver it to you."
Right. Right.
But the guy that you're actually supposed to be rooting for, the dwarf, you're like, "Oh, you're a lying piece of shit. I'm so glad Elrod could care less about his oath to you because you're a big fat fucking liar." Like, I mean, it's weird. It's like I don't know. Do you feel like pranking your business partner is a good idea? I don't
Well,
know.
not only a business, but a king.
Yeah.
It was, what is from a writing perspective, what is the point of that scene?
They
Just,
should have gone red wedding. They should have gone totally red wedding there. That would have been a lot
they
better.
just fucking, it's like, they
The
just killed
dwarves
Durin.
just kill everyone. That would have been more. I
There
would
you
I
go.
would like the show immensely more if that happened.
I mean, I would like it too more, just because there'd be less characters that I wouldn't have to watch.
Yeah. All in all, just horrible writing, horrible jumbled mess. Where it goes next, who knows? Who cares?
But see, I turned out I was correct. It turned out I was correct about the horses. I can't find Jake's horse tweet. Someone has it. Send it to us.
I brought Jake's
Um,
tweets up. What are we
yeah, but
looking
I'm
at?
I'm scrolling through the timeline. I'm looking for the horse one. The Galadriel horse tweet.
Let's
Um,
elect John Fetterman to the Senate in November so we never have to hear Kristen Cinema's name again. I don't know who Kristen Cinema is.
she's the that Democrat who, like Joe
Hmm.
Manchin, votes against a lot of the things. the
But
Democrat Party is
she's
voting in
not.
favor of
It's
for.
she's not running in that race. Why would Kristen Sinema be on?
I don't know, but
Yeah,
her strategy has failed because miserably because no one likes her. Like everyone fucking hates her.
right.
So so wait, let me see if I can find this horse tweet.
Every time
Uh,
I feel like there's nothing really interesting going on in politics right now, and
there isn't that much interesting going on in politics right now.
but
That's why
I'm
we're
looking,
talking about like TV
but I'm
shows.
looking at actual Jake's timeline, and he's still obsessed.
Of course. No, so okay, well anyway, I turned out that I was correct. Because I said there's this really weird scene, which you guys probably have all seen memed of, where Galadriel is very excited to ride a horse. The show doesn't explain why. And she rides a horse and she basically like has an orgasm on the horse. And you're
Yes.
like, what is happening here? What's happening in this scene? And I speculated we haven't seen any horses in Middle Earth. Maybe there are no horses in Middle Earth. And so Galadriel only could ride horses in like Valinor or something,
Hmm.
in her childhood. And it turns out I think I'm right because when the elves are delivering the table back to the dwarves, they're hand carrying the fucking big ass table back to the dwarves.
Hmm.
They don't have like a cart being pulled by an animal. They don't even have a cart that they're pulling. That was a weird scene too. Like, do the elves in this time period not have fucking invented the wheel?
I know, and they're going through the forest and shit.
I just realized that. Wait, there's no wheels in this universe.
Hmm.
We've never seen any. Well, wait, no. Do we see?
I mean, I'm pretty sure there's like a wheelbarrow in Numenor or something.
Well, no. I'm thinking maybe do the humans in that shitty town? Does someone have like a wheelbarrow? Does anyone remember? Is there a human character that's like pushing a wheelbarrow at some point?
Someone's looking down the well, and they're like, "Aha! I have an idea."
It was so weird. Like they're literally hand carrying this fucking table, and they don't even have a cart with like. Isn't there an entire human kingdom known for horses? Yes, but here's the thing. Um, those the in Lord of the Rings, the humans, the Gondorian humans, I believe, are the ancestors of the Númenóreans, who do have horses. So I'm assuming like they're gonna have to bring the horses to. Oh, you're right. The hobbits have carts. You're right. I forgot about that. Um, I'm assuming the Númenóreans are gonna have to bring horses from Númenor to Middle or something.
I found a
So wait a minute.
tweet.
How the fuck is it that the Harfoots, these stupid, terrible people, are the only people Middle Earth that have a fucking wheeled vehicle?
They're killing it.
They have the little pull carts. The Harfoot are smarter than the elves. The elves are literally hand carrying
Those
a
carts are
giant
not well
fucking
designed.
heavy stone table, and the Harfoot have pull carts.
Don't they have tiny little wheels on those pull carts though? I feel like they have little.
They have wheels, yeah.
Yeah, but I feel like they're tiny little wheels, which are not
Well, I
really.
mean, I don't know. They're wheels. They're wheels that exist.
They're
The
poorly
dwarves should the
designed.
dwarves should have carts too for mining, but I don't know if we've seen them have carts. So
I found a tweet by actual Jake here. He says, "God, I
yes,
love this show, Andor," and he has a screen cap of your favorite character saying Corpo's
I
wailing
saw
in
that.
pain.
I saw
Yeah,
that. Yeah.
look at that.
See, but this is how
That's
you know that
Sitch's.
Jake.
That's a Sitch's very complicated character.
Well, first of all, he's not my favorite character. My favorite character is his boss.
Right.
And my second favorite character is the other antagonist, the sergeant. He's my
Right.
favorite character. Um, but this shows you how fucked up Jake's sense of morality is, because and this is why I disagree with you about it being woke. So there's a scene where Cass and Skarsgård set up an IED to blow up a car to distract the corpos,
Hmm.
and they kill like three people. And when I saw the scene, it's kind of shot from the perspective of like they just killed three people. Like it's not shot like, yay, we killed stormtroopers. It's kind of like, damn, they just killed three people. And that's why they have this shot of Cyril being like, geez, like he's looking at this, like this is like horrible. So the fact that Jake watches that scene and he gets an erection just because he hates the police so much, it's just he's such a dumb fuck. He's like he has no respect for law or order or stability or anything about society because he's so white and privileged.
Yeah, it's true. It's it's very true. Yeah, he takes all that for granted. If we got rid of all the police, everything would just be great. They're the ones that are
Chaos, yeah,
oppressing everyone.
right. I want all these ACAB white socialist leftists to go live in some fucking, high crime area, move out of Beverly Hills or wherever they live. I want Corncob Jake to walk through a high crime area in his corncob outfit and see
Hmm.
and see what happens.
Yeah, I wonder if he's ever been chased by anyone. I wonder if he's ever been mugged.
I doubt it.
Ugh.
There's something he retweeted that I was gonna respond to, and then I got distracted with the video that you got to bring up. This tweet is like so dog shit. I sent it to you.
Did you?
Uh,
I wonder if I can find.
there it is. I sent it to you. I hate socialists so much, Adam. I hate them so much. I hate online socialists so much. Woke online socialists.
We can move Sauron to the left.
Yeah.
Oh, this meme is difficult.
Hmm? Just save the picture.
Oh, okay. That's a good idea. I'll do that.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see his horse tweet. I mean, I know Vaush loved that scene, but for different reasons.
The horse scene.
Yes. What is the corn cob aesthetic? Like, I want to look like the cringiest fucking guy on the planet.
What's wrong
Like,
with corn?
is that the what is the aesthetic there? It's like I want to be a fucking horrible cringe lord. Maybe he's like, listen, guys, I know that my takes are so cringe that I just have to lean into it. I just have to super lean into it.
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on there.
I see him on his Twitter timeline. He's mocking other people by calling them like embarrassing and lame and cringy. And I'm like, dude, you're known for dressing up in a guy whose claim to fame is to dress up as an idiot in a corn suit cannot call anything anywhere at all times cringy. Like, what the fuck? That is, he's throwing corn cobs in a glass house. Okay.
I mean, as someone who's got a corn avatar occasionally on the show, I'm not really.
Yeah, but when you do it as
I'm
like
not
a
really
you
prepared to weigh in on this
wait a minute, but
topic.
when you do it because it's stupid. Like that's the joke, is that it looks stupid.
Of course,
Okay.
yeah.
Right. But his whole persona is to dress up in corn.
I know he said it's like the corn cob arc. It says, but this arc is like 3 years old.
Yes. It's so bizarre. But anyway, so he retweeted this. The tweet said it says we can move Sauron to the left. And you've got the Ring of Power, Isildur's holding it, and it says fascism. And then you have Elrond is leftist, and it says cast it into the fire, destroy it. And then Isildur is the liberal, and he says, no, I can compromise with it.
Mm-hmm. This is
Wait,
this is one
like,
of those leftist memes because
yes,
I don't
yes.
like. Why does this have 54,000 likes?
Because there's all these idiot socialists on the internet and Twitter who have their heads up their ass and don't know anything about reality or history.
Yeah,
When has it's so disgusting. It's so disgusting. In world history, you know who's never compromised with fascists?
liberals.
Liberals.
Yeah,
You know who has literally made a military compromise with fascists?
socialists.
Socialists.
Yeah,
The USSR
they
made
don't
a
believe that
military
though.
agreement with the Nazi.
They don't believe that though. They don't. They're like, you that didn't happen. You don't know what you're talking about.
They literally made a military agreement with the Nazis. It's so disgusting. Like they project. This is really what's going on. Fascists and communists are the same in that they're extreme outliers and they fucking hate the liberals. They even hate the liberals more than they hate each other because the current status quo is liberalism.
Of course, yeah. We're the power brokers.
Right. And so that's why they hate liberals so much.
Yeah. Yeah.
Capital L liberal, not lowercase liberal.
What's
So
lowercase liberal mean?
lowercase would be like liberal versus conservative. I
Oh,
think maybe I'm reversing the order. Capital L would be like liberalism, like, the
I don't think
philosophy.
there is a capital L liberalism.
Well,
I
whatever.
don't
The
think their
philosophy of
philosophy is
liberalism, not like liberal versus
capitalized.
conservative. Yeah. But
Normally they do that on Democrat because it's like whether or not you're a Democrat in the Democratic Party or whether or not you're a Democrat as in I support democracy.
right, right, right.
I've never heard that done with liberal, but
Well, we can do it with liberal.
okay.
So okay, so for the Democrat, which one's the capital D and which one's the lowercase d?
Liberal?
For Democrats.
The capital D is in the Democratic Party. Like they're
Oh, okay,
registered
so
as
it'd
a
be a
Democrat.
lowercase L, I guess.
Yeah. But there's not a liberal party though.
No, but there's a liberal philosophy.
Philosophy, man. That's the talk on the cereal box. Are we
But
going to look
it's
at some
just
art or what?
yes. It's
We're
just
not going
it's
to
just it disgusts me. It disgusts me, Adam. These socialists disgust me. They're just so stupid. They're so
Oh,
fucking stupid.
I know how you feel because they disgust me too. It just it disgusts me because it's so I mean, it's just against reality. They have
Yes.
no idea what they're talking about, yet they act as if they know everything. Just
And they
it's
know
all
nothing.
yeah, it's all based on their gut
Yeah.
intuitions. Yeah.
Not only do they know nothing, it's literally backwards.
Yeah.
It's literally backwards.
Yeah,
I
they're just
mean,
tribalists.
fascism, it's so funny. Like when, I was watching, Dev made a great video about this. And if
Mhm.
you look into this, fascism is literally right-wing socialism.
Yes, that's true.
That's what it is. It's it's someone who is not happy. Like the origin of fascism is someone who's not happy with liberalism and capitalism, and they say, "I want to do something different." And they look at the socialist philosophy and they say, "Well, I like some of this, but a lot of this is like too lefty for me. How can I like twist this around to be the right-wing version of socialism?" Oh, fascism. Boom. Fascism is right-wing socialism. Like that's literally how it was created. And yet these stupid idiot socialists like blame liberals for it somehow.
Well, and they all call themselves Antifa, which is
Right.
anti-fascist. So
Right, exactly.
crazy. So we have to if we're gonna do art, we have to actually do the art,
Yeah, let's
which
do art.
we haven't done art in
Let's do the art.
forever.
If you scroll up in our the DMs of CT like a while ago,
No, I think I got most of
there's
the
like
art here.
a lot of artwork.
Here's Ian Mitchell Wallace right here. Sent us a thing, a comic.
Hmm.
It's very Rings of Power themed. Actually, this looks more Lord of the
This
Rings.
is this is the Lord of the Rings comic. Oh, that's really
Yeah.
great. Yeah.
There's
Wait, let me.
there's Frodo saying, "You're late and gay." And then we've got the Sitch Gandalf
This is such a good comic.
coming in saying, "An enlightened centrist is never late,
Wait. I gotta read it.
nor is
An
he
enlightened
early."
centrist is never late, nor is he early. He streams precisely when he means to.
Right? And then you've got the Sitch look, and then you've got Frodo being
Yes.
like a little Who's doing the
Trying not to laugh, and then we both laugh and go, "Boy,
Okay.
this is amazing." I
Yeah,
love
no,
this
it's
comic
great.
so much. Thank you.
That Frodo panel is amazing. You know exactly what's going on there.
Yes. Well, it's just a genius concept too.
Enlightened centrists, never late. Of course.
Wait,
Always
how did
right
I
on
not tweet
time.
this out?
I don't know. Because you're insane.
I'm terrible. Okay, because Ian DM'd it to me. Yeah, Ian Mitchell Wallace. Yeah, I gotta tweet this out. This comic is so fucking good. You're late and gay. My God. This is so good. I love it. Thank you, Ian.
Always.
Man.
So read some super chats. We'll go a super chat and an art. How about that?
Okay. Renoro Zoro is here for $20. Says you guys need to go on EFAP tomorrow. Nick Rekieta will be on to discuss She-Hulk. It's a crossover we deserve. Really? Wow. Okay. We'll see. That'd be fun.
That's tomorrow.
Supposedly.
A Wednesday EFAP. Nick Rekieta got his account suspended off of Twitter too, which fuck.
For doing what?
Who knows? You can't do anything on Twitter.
Hmm.
It's kind of ridiculous. And I think, obviously, I notice the people who've been through a few Twitter accounts really just have like a fuck it attitude. Which I mean, I don't know. I'm not so interested in owning the libs on Twitter that I'm just gonna say incendiary shit.
Right.
I feel like we can come on YouTube and say plenty of incendiary shit and no one's gonna care.
Hmm.
I don't
So
know.
Rico Zoro bought a CT shirt of me crying in a puddle saying, "Don't
Right.
talk to me."
This is Sitch's normal weekend right here.
This is Sitch's normal, like 24/7 life. Like, I don't want anyone to talk to me
That sucks. Why?
because I'm horribly antisocial. You wouldn't guess it from the streams, but I don't, I'm so antisocial. I'm like, just no one interact with me, please.
Yeah, I mean it is hard. If you want to be an outgoing person,
Hmm.
you either instinctively have it or you really have to work on it. You have to be like,
Yes.
I am the type of person that likes to meet new people. You have to tell yourself
No,
that.
ew, new people, gross.
Well, I've always been in situations where I've just constantly been meeting new people because I'm embedded in different various organizations where that's just part of the job. So I like people. I genuinely like people. It's funny when you see people get into like the streamer YouTube space and they kind of, it feels like they don't really like people. It's like, why are you, I mean, why are you doing this if you don't like people?
I don't know, because I don't like people, but I'm also egotistical, so I like to tell people what I think.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
conundrum. It's a conundrum, Adam.
I mean, you don't, come on. You're not as bad as some of these people. Okay,
Uh,
what is this? Who did this one?
which one?
Is this CT?
The picture?
Hey, Adam, want to see something neat? Do I have a choice? Nope. All right, then carry on. And it's like, oh, what is that? CT's holding a Furby something?
Yes.
Okay. All right then, carry on, CT.
CT has a disturbing fascination with there are people that take Furbies and they like add doll parts to them to make them
Mhm.
horrifying.
That is horrifying.
Yes. And CT likes to randomly send me pictures of these horrible Furbies. So
Was I not supposed to show this one? CT, don't send me anything I'm not supposed to show.
no, you could show that one.
I feel like we've this corn one has been up before.
Which one?
This is like a Danimal rework, right? All buttered up just for you. This is the Adam corn arc.
It takes me like 10 seconds. Oh, CT says Blup made that picture.
Oh, Blep did?
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Blep.
Blep,
Thank you.
who you call Bleep
Thank you, Bleep.
or Blip.
Thank you, Blip. Aren't they supposed to come on? Look,
No, see, Harker is gonna come. She's working today, but Harker and CT will come on to have the heroine's journey conversation at some point.
I have amazing news on the heroine's journey debate front.
Oh, what is that?
I got them a debating partner,
Oh, who's that?
the authentic observer. I'm
Ooh,
bringing in a ringer for you guys.
okay,
So that you're gonna
interesting.
I listen. We might have to talk ahead of time. I
Yeah.
need you at your most sexist best, okay?
Me.
Yeah, you're my debate partner. What do you
Was I?
what?
I was on their side. What are you talking about?
What? I thought you were my debate partner. What, it's going to be like a 5v1?
I mean, yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, okay,
Look,
listen.
I
How
might
about
have to
this?
call
How
Sargon
about
in.
this? How about this?
Carl, I need I need
How
some
about this?
sexism on my side.
How about this? Okay. Since it's well known that one man is worth three women, okay, you can debate the three of them, and I'll just be the moderator, the unbiased moderator. I won't weigh in. Okay.
Okay. That could be cool.
Well, if you're gonna bring in the authentic observer, then yeah, I'll be the unbiased moderator.
That would be nice. Can you help me just a little bit in the moderation department then?
No, no.
What if they're
Authentic observer was the she had some spat with Vaush
Yeah, we
some
covered
while ago.
one of her videos, yeah.
Right, where was I trying to remember? It was like Vaush said that she wanted to be sexually harassed or women wanted to be sexually harassed or something. I don't remember exactly what the debate was
Vosh called
about,
her a
but
pick me girl.
oh, that's right, because
What
she
is
was
that?
kind of anti-woke or something.
What is a pick me girl?
A pick me girl is a girl who's like, oh, I'm not like the other girls, pick me,
Right.
you
Manic
know.
pixie dream girl?
Well, it could be that, or it could be more like, oh, I'm not like those other leftist feminist girls.
Right. Yeah, no.
Well,
She, I think, is working on a video on the heroine's journey, so it should be fun.
well, it's interesting. I watched someone sent us. There's a YouTube channel called Wit and Folly, and they do a bunch of like sort of feminist-ish videos, and they had a whole video. They have a whole video series actually about Rey Skywalker and how Rey is an awesome character and how she was going on the heroine's journey.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of funny the conception. You know how we read how like the Joseph Campbell like basically smack talked some female student, and then
Yeah.
she pulled the Donald Trump and she's like, "Well, I'm gonna write my own book then."
Yeah, she did.
And she did in the heroine's journey. And it's weird because it seems like from listening to this Wit and Folly channel, the main difference is that the hero's journey is the hero goes out in the world. Or this is how they explain it, which doesn't make any sense to me. They said the main difference is the hero goes out in the world to like change something physical, while the heroine goes out in the world to change like her mental state or
To change
something.
her mind.
And I'm like, wait a minute. That's so stupid because that's a huge part of like the hero's journey too. You like the hero changes who they are.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just about like getting some sort of superpower. Like often like when a hero in a story gets a power, it's symbolic of them changing some aspect of their personality.
Yeah, there's an internal conflict and an external
Right.
conflict.
So I was
Yeah.
like, that doesn't make any sense. Internal change is 100% part of the hero's
The
journey.
heroine's journey is basically like she has the internal change, but has changed absolutely nothing in the world. So it's basically boring.
Maybe.
How
Maybe.
terrible.
It was fun. I was like, oh, this is weird. Okay.
She's like, I was Team Edward, but now I'm Team Jacob.
Right. Oh, so that horrible picture you had up with the corn,
Yeah,
that was a Danimal. He didn't draw it, but he edited it.
right.
So that's a
Yes.
horrible, horrible picture. Thank you.
Who did
No,
this
thank you,
one?
Danimal.
I don't remember.
I don't know. CT, who did this? I like it though.
It's
We
amazing.
have we have Sitch as like the melting, burning Elmo. This feels like it's an emote, essentially.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
I feel like these two go together.
What?
Sitch in her, I'm sorry, I don't mean to misgender. In her negligee and Adam in her stunning blue dress. I hope
It
that's
takes me like 10 seconds to see whatever you're saying.
I
So,
hope that's not the Monica Lewinsky dress there.
oh, okay, that is. So, that Mac did these drawings. Thank you, that Mac. We have
Hmm.
this looks to me like Manic Pixie Amazon Sitch and Manic Pixie Amazon Adam. That's how I interpret these drawings.
Right. Look, you've got some Andor face paint on there too.
I do, I do.
Look at
Yeah.
that. Wow.
CT made that, and it is an emote, the previous one.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
This is for an emote for the channel?
The melting Sitch, not the us
Yeah,
in dresses. Yeah.
that's awesome. I dig it.
Bitch and Madam. There you go.
This is the never apologize Adam in his
In his
bumper
dress.
car.
Oh.
Angry Adam driving in his tiny car, his tiny automobile, screaming, never apologize.
That's what I imagine whenever you say you never apologize. This is how I envision you.
It's exactly how I am.
Yeah, Harker drew that picture.
Harker, love you.
Yes.
This is awesome.
You got a little American flag.
Thank you. Next time I get in a fight with my wife, I'm gonna send this to her.
Do you have there's a picture that goes with that.
There is?
There's a Sitch picture that goes with that.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll send it to you if you don't have it.
Is it the one with the birds? Sure, I have it. Look, I have them all right here.
Yeah.
Is it you with your bell bottoms?
No, I just sent it to you. It's me sitting with a massive underbite.
Oh, okay. I got it right here.
Yeah.
CT said it's my turn on the car.
Yeah,
Oh,
because I told the story about the kid that I like threw him out of the car and he like choked me.
right.
Yes.
It's
So
your turn to never apologize. I'm telling you,
hmm
it's just not worth it.
true. True. Wait, what is that bell bottom picture? I've never seen that before.
Well, I'll bring it right back up again. I
But
don't
I have
know.
like my I just have giant balls. Like what's happening in this picture?
Yeah, exact. I was wondering.
Who did that and why?
Is this your,
For what purpose?
is this your ball? Are those your ball sacks hanging
Yeah,
down there?
listen, I'm just my balls are so massive, Adam. That's what they look like. That's why I don't do a face reveal because I don't want everyone. I feel very self-conscious with how gigantic my balls are. Okay.
Such as elephantitis of the nutsack. He's
No, it's just I'm
just
just
trying to keep it on the
so
DL.
so incredibly masculine.
Uh
Okay,
huh.
that that's what happens.
Mm-hmm.
You'd understand this too if you didn't drink so much soy milk.
Oh yeah, I know. Well, I'm trying to keep my balls under control. I want to actually keep them in my pants.
Ladies
I,
love the big balls. Okay.
I don't want my ball sack to be peeking out past the bottom of my pant cuff.
Ladies love big balls. Okay.
Those are saggy balls, though.
Didn't you see that episode of South Park? You can bounce around
All
on
right,
them. You can jump around on the balls.
enough of Sitch's saggy balls.
You can make a coat out of them for the women.
Okay, what's going on here? Did I feel like we showed some of these? This is a She-Hulk modern culture is destroying comedy, and Sitch uploaded a video. This is old. We showed this one already.
Is it which one? The Sammy G one?
No,
She made that. I can't see it.
and you won't see it either because I'm.
Okay. Oh, you mean the Avi one?
Yeah, it's just Abby.
Oh yeah, we did see that one. We did show that one. Yeah.
Here, I'll go to the DMs and see if there's any I haven't shown. I feel like I've shown all these.
No, there's a that Mac one with me with a weird head that you haven't shown. There's Asif Artsy bought a T-shirt. I don't know if we showed that. We have Aster drew a cool Sitch in his to-do list, which I don't think we've shown that.
Read some super chats. I'll go to the DMs. I downloaded a bunch and we just haven't shown them on the last couple streams because Sitch is so shy. He doesn't like. Oh wait, no, he talks like crazy. Oh wait, there's some here that I don't think we've shown. Is this the one that you're talking about with the crazy face? I guess you
I
won't
like
see
a
it for
weird
couple.
peanut head.
Yeah, Peanut Head.
Yeah,
Who did
that's
it?
another that Mac. Yeah.
That Mac. Sitch with a peanut head. And
Yes.
I mean, he's got a pear haircut, a pear stem haircut.
Yeah.
Very, very cool. I like how
This
he's
is me. This is me when I hate on Apple products. Okay, that's what I look like.
yeah.
Curse My Circuits, thank you for the $5.20. Says, don't tell another living soul about this super chat. Also, carry this shiny hunk of super chat in your loose fitting robes wherever you go. LOL, Ring of Power sucks. That was
Yeah.
like when Galadriel gives back the quote unquote king. So, don't you like that Galadriel's motivation? She's like, I believe that this guy I randomly met is the king of the Southlands because he has this medallion.
Yeah, I know.
And he
God.
even says, I took it off of a dead person.
Yeah.
And she just doesn't believe that.
They're so putting all their eggs in the Halbrand basket with no verification that he is who he
Right.
says he is or any of it. It makes them all look like dumbasses.
Yes. Yes. Well, see, but here's the thing. So all the people that claim to have information about leaks are saying that Halbrand is Sauron. Okay.
Yes.
If they go to the Southlands and defeat the evil elf, we don't know what his motivations are, they go and kill the elf and they put Halbrand in charge of everything, and he's Sauron, guess what? That means that we were correct. That Galadriel will help Sauron into power.
Yeah. So it's so dumb. They even have that scene where the guy called Adar Sauron and he kind of got pissed off at being called Sauron.
Right.
But
Right.
that presented no tangible information to us as the audience what's going on. They if they're trying to do a Fight Club thing here, they're doing it abysmally because you can't have your entire television show suck until the last act where we finally find out what's going on. Like normally the way you do that is there's some misdirection going on so you're actually following a storyline that makes sense, and then there's more information that makes it make sense in a different way. Like we literally have a storyline that's incomprehensible that we're supposed to be following along interested in. Right? Like why does that guy why does he do that? Why is that scene there where he's like he gets on his knees and he basically offers to suck off Adar?
Because I think it's what I said. The quote unquote misdirection is supposed to be that we're assuming Adar is Sauron or working for Sauron, and it turned out he's not related to Sauron whatsoever, and that they're going to kill him and they're going to replace him with Halbrand, and Halbrand's going to be secretly Sauron. That's what's going to happen.
But replace is Halbrand going to become Sauron or is he already Sauron?
Well,
I was under the impression there was a Sauron. I mean, I saw him in the first episode. He was wearing the fork hat, right? The shish kebab
yes.
hat.
Yes. So I think there's one of two possibilities. The first is that they're going to do some dumb Fight Club shit where Halbrand is like possessed by Sauron or something. Like, and so maybe he's only Sauron sometimes. Or the other dumb thing they could do is that Halbrand just is Sauron, and everything he's been doing and saying was just a trick, because he somehow knew that if he just kept saying he didn't want to be king, that would motivate Galadriel and the Numenorians to make him king.
But that's ridiculous.
I know, I know,
That's not a big reveal that makes me go,
I know,
oh, everything makes sense. That's a big reveal that makes me go, oh, everything makes absolutely no sense.
I know, I know. So it's
Yeah.
gonna be one of those stupid things.
This show is destined to go down as the worst. I mean, it's awful.
Maybe the
It's
real Sauron is the friends we made along the way. That's
it's
true.
hard to say. Yeah, I mean, she thinks they still think he's the king even though he goes out and like beats up the people in the streets and stuff. That's not very kingly behavior.
Yeah, that never. Okay, so he like brutally beats the shit out of these guys, and then they're like, "Well, I guess he's king, so we're gonna follow him." It's like, wait, what? What?
Yeah.
No one ever mentioned that.
Yeah, he's a petty thief.
Oh, did you see the part where like he sold information to the queen to get a fucking a union badge just so he could be a blacksmith and get out of jail.
Yeah,
That was weird.
it's all weird.
He went
But
to jail for like violent assault. And then they're
yep,
like, oh, okay.
I feel like that's how they're setting him up to be Sauron. Like he does all these terrible things, but at the same time, you're going. Everyone can see him doing these terrible things. Wouldn't that interfere with them thinking he's the king? I mean, he's doing these things in front of them. They see these things happening,
I
right?
mean, what king hasn't engaged in petty thief and, breaking people's arms and noses and smashing their face in the walls? That's like the standard king business.
Not really. Not so much.
No? Okay. Okay.
Yeah. They're, this show is definitely the one that you love to hate.
Right.
I can't believe you don't like House of D. Man, what the fuck? You're,
Because it's not good.
you're such a
I
nitpicker.
mean, it's better than fucking Rings of Power, but that's like so low a bar, everything's better than Rings of Power.
Who did the Sitch Centipede?
Magor did the Sitch Centipede.
Magor. This is amazing.
It's the very hungry Sitch, and all those little lines are toes. They're not
Oh.
for their toes, yes.
Oh, really?
There's a weird Discord meme about Sitch toes that Blep started. So
Ouch.
whenever they draw Sitches, they draw a bunch of extra toes for some reason.
Did you guys find out that Sitch has little tiny toes on?
Like extra toes.
He has like 10 toes a foot. Little tiny centipede toes.
Listen, I told you this in confidence, Adam. I didn't think you were going to tell the whole stream about
Oh.
my extra toes.
Well, how'd
Okay.
the meme get started? I thought they knew.
It was unrelated. It was a coincidence. It was Convergent
Oh,
Evolution.
damn. Well, fuck.
Can't believe you did
Sorry,
this. I can't believe you did this to me.
I betrayed your trust. This looks like it was drawn. Was this
What?
Luigi? Did Luigi do this?
Which one?
Luglilo?
What?
I brought up another thing. I guess I should wait the 10 seconds, right? Until
Yeah.
you can see it.
Andrew Clark, thank you for the $2. Says House of the Dragons is supposed to rhyme with Game of Thrones. It does. They're really forcing that rhyming scheme. Yeah, that's true. Aster drew this
I like
in
it.
their planner, their daily planner. Fix the hitbox. Implement menu. Implement music.
Oh, look at that. It's got a sitch.
Hmm.
I like
And they
it.
got a little Sitch there, like bam, like wuzza, hey now. That's when you hear some rustling in your closet late at night,
Mhm.
and you're like, "What the fuck is that sound?" And you cautiously open your closet. There's a Sitch inside going, "Hey now, let me tell you about why House of the Dragon is actually bad." Okay, and you're like, "No, Sitch, I just want to go to sleep." I'm like, "No, no, 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 wait, just listen, listen. It'll take like 5 minutes, but then it doesn't take 5 minutes. It takes like 5 hours."
Yeah.
And you're like, "Sitch, I got to work tomorrow," and I'm like, "Wait, I'm almost done."
Don't you have a video to edit?
Yes.
Who did this one? Who's wearing the shirt? I got that one.
Asif Artsy is wearing the shirt.
Asif.
Yes. Thank you, Asif.
This shirt looks great. I like it.
It does. Looks good.
CT did an
Sharp.
excellent job.
Yes. That cringe for $2 says this is literally the most human corpos. LOL. Yeah. Regarding talking about the Andor. Yeah, the corpos, which are the police, are the most human characters. The most interesting characters, in my opinion. So
Yeah. They have
Romero 3 for $5 says to add on to the school stuff is that they teach you to be a generalist, not a specialist. It's why you learn more on the job than you do at school. Well, that's true. I mean, that's partially true. In college, college is obviously far more specialist than high school is. But for basically any job in existence, you're going to be learning more on the job than you would ever in a classroom. Like that's true for every job, just because of the nature of the job. There's going to be all these very specific things that only exist in this very specific job, even within fields that you're going to have to manage that you're not going to learn in a classroom. So,
yeah. Generalist versus specialist.
these were These were shirts drawn in a Jackbox game. We have a Sitch face saying, "I pee on minorities." There's this one that says, "Grandma says I'm handsome." I really like the "Grandma says I'm handsome" shirt.
Why do you
Isn't
pee
that
on
great?
minorities? That's gross.
Grandma says I'm handsome. And then I
CT has
like,
a successful suicides 3.
yes, I like that. CT has successfully committed suicide 3 times. And there's Adam saying, "CT, where are my clips?"
Look, I don't have to say that anymore. We haven't done clips in
No, no, you
forever.
say, "CT, where's the edited?" No, see, now you say, "Sitch,
I
where's the
say,
finished
Sitch,
video?"
where's the audio?
Sitch, where's the audio? Sitch, where's the video? See, now I get all the hassle. I know.
It's great. I love it.
Dr. Doodle says, "I wrote the suicide line." There you go. That's great. That's
I,
great.
I love it. I don't think I've seen this one. CT, you traitor. Why did you warn Adam what BBC meant? Fuck off. Stop trying to ruin Adam's innocence. What's futunari inflation?
Like, I like that
Futanari
CT is holding
inflation?
a tiny little chibi Adam.
Yeah, no. CT is my protector, okay? Stop messing with CT.
That's a great picture. My favorite
CT
part
is
is the
my
tiny.
stan. I'm a stan user. You don't know this, but
Oh,
CT is
okay.
my stan.
Well, it looks like the inverse. It looks like you're a CT stand. She's a little tiny. She's a little tiny Adam stand.
What do you mean? The stan is usually bigger than the stan user.
Uh, I know. That's what I'm saying. Oh, no, not always. Not always. There's one guy in season 4 that has his stands are like these tiny little bugs. So
Do we look at this one?
that's a great
Sitch
drawing.
flipping the birds.
No. 95 Keat for $5 says Sitch now. Quote, "I really like Andor. Sitch 3 weeks from now. Andor is terrible and stupid." And so the cycle continues. Dude, that will happen. I can almost guarantee you that will happen. I will be saying 3 weeks from now that Andor is terrible. Okay. You're all gonna be like, "Sitch, you said it was good." I'm like, "Yeah, I said it was also probably good. I said I predicted this." Okay. I don't want to hear you guys whining that I said it was good. I predicted that I'm not gonna like it going forward. I'm
I
predicting it's
just
gonna
I
get
don't
much worse.
I don't see how you can't see the writing on the wall.
What do you mean? I'm predicting it's gonna be bad. That is seeing the writing on the wall. What are you talking about?
That scene with the MacGuffin at the end and so much screen time going towards selling the part. It's like, what the fuck?
Well, it's weird too because they didn't even
Yeah, the
he
part
didn't
gets smashed in the end. It's not even relevant.
right. And the part you would have thought would have been highly useful for the rebels to have.
Right. Yeah, he's like, in the end, he's like, just fuck the part. I came for you anyway.
The
I
scene
feel
would have
like
made
he's,
more sense if the character motivations were flipped. If if Cass was basically like didn't want to die over the part and just wanted to escape, and Skarsgård was the one that's like, "No, you got to get that fucking part."
yeah,
That would have made much more sense.
and would have been more interesting.
But then if you did that, then here's what I think the problem is. Here's part of what I think the problem is going to be. What I like so far again is the subverting of Star Wars tropes and the fact that the antagonists are very morally interesting. As soon as he hooks up with the rebels, all that's going to go out the window because the rebels are going to have to be 100% morally good. They can't be questionable. They can't be interesting characters, and the Empire is going to have to be 100% morally evil, and they can't be interesting or questionable whatsoever. So
Yeah.
all that like interesting elements of the first 3 episodes are all going to go right in the trash can.
Yep. Yep. I can see it coming from a mile away.
Yep. That's a I assume that's a CT drawing.
Yeah.
The double birds.
Are we all done with super chats?
No, there's a
Why
video
not?
we have to show too.
Not going to happen.
No, it's gonna 100% happen.
Look what Sammy sent me. Sammy G sent me a gift. Did you know
Oh
that?
shit. Oh fuck.
I don't think you can see it.
I just closed the stupid window, and because YouTube sucks, I lost all the super chats.
All right.
Hold on.
Can I get the gator to wear the sunglasses? Maybe. No.
Okay, I found them. So there's literally it's one of the worst designed UIs of all time. Is that functionality? Anyway, so this is another that Mac drawing, and if there's Adam in his red shorts, I'm saying make sure to clean up after yourself.
I look very angry.
Sammy sent you that gator head?
Yeah, it's awesome, huh?
Why? Sammy says, I killed that Adam like a real Florida woman. That's true.
Look at
That's
this.
true. Did Are you trying to
Check
put the sunglasses on the
check this
alligator?
out. What
Did you get it?
do you mean?
Did you know? Do you know what? You know how a woman enters a womanhood in Florida, Adam?
She lets her alligator eat her boyfriend?
No. So when a woman gets her first period,
Oh no. I don't like where this is going.
the blood attracts the alligator. So she has to go into the Everglades and allow her blood to attract an alligator, and then she has to, with only her hands, kill the alligator, and then they mount the head as a trophy to show that they've entered womanhood.
I think you're making that up.
That's true story. Now, Sammy was lucky that she happened to attract a very tiny alligator, but
Yes, Sammy sent me this too.
and I saw you have an alligator bite my lower body.
She sent me alligator beef jerky too.
Oh, alligator beef jerky is awesome. Did you try some?
I did. Yeah, it's delicious.
Isn't it good?
I
Yeah.
like it.
Mm.
Yeah. Very delicious stuff. I said on one of the I asked you to send me an alligator head. And you were like, fuck you.
I said it just like that too.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know. I was gonna message Sammy and ask her if we had any more plushie pairs. She sent me the leftover Adam plushies. So I have a bunch of Adam plushies. But I
Hmm.
think there might be why I think all the pairs might be gone. Or she might have a couple left. I'm not sure.
Let us know, Sammy. Are there only extra atoms? Because that's kind of funny.
What do you mean? My look, I've been sending them to my friends who love me
Oh,
and don't
okay.
even know who you are.
Okay. Okay. Look at Sammy throwing shade at me in the chat.
What's she
Wow.
saying?
Wow. Okay. Jeez. Hurtful.
What'd she
What's
say? I
going on
missed it.
here? What's going on here? Sitch doesn't send presents. That is true.
Yeah, look, I got a present, another present here. You want to see another one of my presents from
Yes.
CT sent me this.
What is it?
It's these amazing socks. Look, they have a duck on them, and they say, "Shut the duck up."
Uh-huh. That's pretty funny.
Look at that. Are you even allowed to wear duck socks?
No,
Why
I
do you
burn anything with a duck on it
Why do you hate ducks so much?
because they're evil.
I love these socks.
This is what I do when I have to hunt alligators. I use the duck as bait. Okay, I stick a big like fishing hook through its head, through its
Hmm.
brain, so that it just like seizures out, and then I throw it in the water, and then the spazzing dying duck attracts an alligator.
I would put these socks on, but I think my feet are dirty right now.
Okay.
I've been barefoot for like 3 days.
Ew.
Do you wear shoes a lot?
No,
Are
but I
you
wear
like
socks.
Are
I
you a
don't walk
shoe
around barefoot.
wearer?
I'm a
Or-
sock wearer.
Oh, okay.
When I was younger, I used to walk around barefoot around the house all the time, and my bottom of my feet would always be gross.
Well,
I said,
CT,
no,
thank you for the
this
socks,
is
and Sammy, thank you for the alligator head. One
yes.
day, Sitch will send me something. It'll be great. A true friend.
Sammy says, I have 3 pairs left, 2 are returns, and no one is answering my emails. I will refund them if I don't hear anything soon, and then let people buy the extra.
Okay.
So there you go.
I think everyone got plushies that wanted them, but obviously we constantly have new fans coming in because we're
Right.
so cool and hip and everyone loves us so much.
That's
So
true. That's true. The Butter Anvil for $5 says, thanks for giving my wrench back.
mhm.
Did I take Butter Anvil's wrench away? I don't remember why.
I took his wrench away for being a
Oh,
dick. Why? What's
that's
the
right.
rest of the super chat?
Also, Adam is falling into the nerdrotic ordering rabbit hole. Join the Mauler team. Look at the writing. Love you guys. There you go. I think he liked Andor, so he's saying that you're hating it just to hate it.
This is first of all, I'm taking your wrench away again for for
No,
calling
no, Butter Apple,
for
no.
calling me out directly. What? How am I not?
F's
How
in
am
the
I
chat for
not?
Butter Apple's wrench.
How am I not talking about the writing?
No, you are. You are.
Of course, I'm talking about the writing.
Right. Right.
Jeez, Adam's not smart enough to talk about the writing.
Mm-hmm.
Come
Did
on,
JP Mexican
guys.
lost his wrench? Why did JP Mexican lose a wrench?
What? I didn't take JP Mexican's wrench away. How did
I
he
didn't
lose a
either.
wrench?
I don't think I did.
Did he ever have a wrench? I don't know.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, he
I gotta
did.
give. I don't know why he lost his wrench.
Maybe that's a different. No, I mean he's a member, so I doubt he's an imposter.
I don't know. Maybe I misclicked something one day.
Give him
Did
a
Elos to
wrench.
Aquanaut have a wrench? I don't remember this. I think people are just fucking with me now.
Look, not only that, Sitch fully agrees
Mm-hmm.
with all of my criticism on Andor, and
Well, I agree that
ag-
they're problems. I just don't. You don't like. You don't
well,
agree with my praising. I just agree with your criticisms, essentially.
and you agree that it's going to end up being garbage tier content anyway. You just said like you think in a week or two it's going to be garbage.
Well, that's a different question.
Hmm. What do you mean it's a different question?
I mean, something could have start good and then become bad. Game of Thrones starts good and becomes bad. Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
I
okay.
I took Hayden Dill's wrench away. Sorry, I don't remember anyone else having wrench. So
Hayden Dill
sorry.
Hayden Dill didn't have a wrench, did he?
Okay, people are lying to me. People are fucking with me. Zombie Squad, thanks so much for the £5. Says after your traumatizing experience with Sody Pop, what is your take on people who call pancakes flapjacks? I have no qualms about that. I don't care.
I love flapjacks.
Flapjacks
I
is
call them
fine.
flapjacks quite often just because it's much more fun to say than pancake.
Right. And I mean, also, Flapjack was a funny TV show. So, you know, I have positive associations.
Mm.
I've never called pancakes flapjacks in my life, but I don't begrudge anyone who does. Flapjacks is fun.
Do you know why Butter Anvil is here?
Why?
Because I put Mr. Girl in the title.
Yeah, Adam lied, by the way. He didn't have any Vaush or Mr. Girl things to talk about. He just put that in the title like a liar.
I have been wanting to talk about Mr. Girl. Mr. Girl did a talk with Wicked Supreme that I
Hmm.
wanted to talk about like weeks ago, but Sitch was like, Mr. Girl just lost his channel. We can't talk about that right now. So I'm just in hold until he gets his channel back, I guess, or
Well, no, so he had some
everyone forgets
conversation.
about it.
He had some conversation. I don't even remember what was the conversation even about.
They were they were talking about him and his pedophilia take.
I'm assuming that basically I don't think I've heard this conversation. I'm assuming you're gonna side with Wicked Supreme and shit on Mr. Girl in that conversation, right?
Well, I don't think his reasoning for why he's pro maps is cogent or intelligent or follows the psychology or any of that stuff.
Well, let's be clear here. My understanding of Max's position, he's not pro maps.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I didn't say he was.
You literally just said he was.
Did I? What did I say?
You said his reasoning for being pro map doesn't hold to the psychology.
Right.
Okay. My understanding is that Max's argument, which I don't agree with, but I
Right.
don't want
You
to
don't
strawman it.
agree either. Yeah,
No,
that's
I
why.
don't. Is that he thinks if society was to destigmatize not the act of pedophilia, but like that people have pedophilic desires, that that would allow people with pedophilic desires to get treatment easier than they would now. Like now, because it's so stigmatized, people won't even admit it publicly to a doctor or to themselves, so they'll never get treatment and then they'll act upon it. That's his argument.
Hmm.
I don't buy that. I don't think that's true
It's a
at
horrible.
all. I think, well, I don't know if you want to talk about this, but because like a whole long conversation, but
Well, I have. I just pulled up the video. I didn't put it in the watch together, but I have bookmarks in the thing. And Wicked
mhm.
Supreme's totally cool. He reached out to me. It was like, "Hey, I see you put a bunch of bookmarks in my video." And I'm like,
Right.
"Yeah, that's like kind of my MO. Like I drop bookmarks so I can remember to find things."
But we can watch it at some point. It's just I didn't want to watch it right at like you want to watch it like right when you guys channel like deleted or banned from YouTube, and I was like, it's not a good time to be
Well,
shitting on
I'm
Mr. Crew.
listen. I'm only bringing it up because that's why I put it in the thumbnail. I legitimately thought,
Right.
okay, maybe we'll talk about this.
Right.
I didn't know that you were going to go on simping for Andor for like two
Oh my
hours. I didn't
God.
know you were
Yes,
going to
you
be like,
did. That's literally the first thing you said chilling with Andor. That's the first thing you put in there.
yeah, but I thought we would talk about it for 5 minutes. I didn't
Yeah,
realize you
yeah,
were going to
yeah,
talk
yeah, yeah,
about
yeah.
how it was
Yeah,
like
yeah, 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 yeah.
the best thing that ever happened to you, that it was your new favorite movie, that it was cinema gold.
Andor is the best TV show ever created. It's the best TV show crafted in the 21st century.
So I've got two bookmarks on the Mr. Girl video, dehumanization as a tool, because he perfectly illustrates why his position and why the butter anvil who supports his position are wrong. So
Mhm.
I was want to talk about that, obviously. And also he calls Booksmarts a liar. Like he evidently hates Booksmarts, which I was just like, I mean, we should be mining some of that
Wicked
drama.
Supreme or Mr. Girl?
Mr. Girl, like totally goes off on Booksmarts.
Really? Oh, I don't. I've been
I
following
mean,
that drama.
Booksmarts seems pretty innocuous to me. I've never even heard that guy insult anyone.
So I have because he. I haven't listened to him in forever.
Okay.
Um, but I tried to listen to some of his streams on his own, and I couldn't because I found them kind of too boring.
Hmm.
But he gets into arguments with chat like we do, and he gets all triggered by chat. So, and which
I
is understandable.
I like that part. He plays the video at I think 1.5 or 2 times speed, and so I can't listen to his videos because I'm
Right.
listening at 2 times speed and I can't understand what the fuck
Right,
he's
right, right, right,
reacting to.
right.
Yeah.
There was a conversation. I don't remember which one it was. But Booksmarts had some conversation with
Mhm.
Destiny, where I felt like Booksmarts was like so in the wrong, and not just that he was wrong, but he like wasn't accepting. It felt like he was being somewhat like he was too defensive of his position. He didn't want to change his mind, even though his position made no sense. I don't even remember what they were arguing. I just remember having this like, oh, it's a stupid argument. He's just being, elephant defensive right now. So
Yeah, I think I saw that too, but I don't think Booksmarts. I mean, I feel like he was nice about it. They just had a
yeah,
disagreement.
he wasn't a dick about it.
Yeah.
But yeah. No, I mean, I don't have any ill towards Booksmarts, but I don't follow his content enough to even form that kind of opinion.
Right. And I was
Ooh,
thinking we could touch base
yeah,
with. We haven't covered Vaush content forever because Vaush is just. I mean, he did a debate on porn recently
mhm.
that I mean I saw a bunch of clips going around that I was like, what Vosh, why like what are you saying? He was
Hmm.
obviously it was clipped out. So I don't know the context, but I thought we could dig in and see if we could find the context on the thing he said about Vosh basically endorses child pornography, which is like
I don't believe it.
uh well, I guess saying he endorses it is not, yeah, that's not accurate. He is against banning it, I think. That's what the clip says, which I'm like, what?
Okay, now that doesn't make sense. Wait, what?
Right. I
Do you
guess
have the
I
clip? I want to
guess
watch this. This is
you
weird.
haven't seen it? Oh my god, everyone's
No,
spreading it around. I swear I dropped it in our group DM because
you might have, and I didn't. I didn't see it.
I was so horrified by it. I thought, why would Vaush, one of the reasons why Vaush, I don't know if you remember, but Mr. Girl was doing the rounds and wanted to talk to everyone. And
Right.
obviously, since Mr. Girl talked to Destiny, then Vaush has to talk to Mr. Girl.
Right.
Otherwise,
I
how?
know he ran away from that conversation, like the middle of the
Yes, yes,
conversation. Yeah.
yes,
Oh,
exactly. But
okay.
he ran away from that conversation in a way that led me to believe he wouldn't be in a debate, you know, three
Defending
months
CP.
later
Yeah.
saying that he didn't think you should ban child pornography.
Where I don't see the clip in our DMs unless it was like really a long time ago.
Okay.
If you have it or if someone has it, uh, tag me on Twitter with it because I'm curious to see it because I don't want to like pass all these judgments on some clip I haven't seen.
Well, I was wondering what the greater context was, and I was thinking, well, maybe we can dig into that while we're on the stream. So that's why I put those names in the title. I wasn't trying to. We'll change the title though. But now obviously we've talked about both of them, so I don't have
Well,
to
bring it
change the
up.
title,
Wait,
right?
I'll get the clip. Go get that clip.
We gotta go. What are you talking
Why?
about? We're at 2 hours and 30. We're
Who
almost 3 hours.
cares?
I do. I have a bunch of shit I have to do, and
Oh, whoa. Excuse me.
you
Okay.
have a video to edit.
That's true. Yeah, that's
I
true.
want to see the Andor video. Come on, I'm dying to read the comments because everyone's gonna be like, ah, Sitch is so dumb. I can't believe he's fallen. I can't believe he's fallen for this.
Send it to me on Twitter. Send me the clip on Twitter.
Me? I don't have
Whoever, anyone that has it.
I don't have the clip handy. Okay, I
I'm
guess
sure someone in the chat has to have a link to it. Okay.
this is the last piece of artwork that I have. I'll start. Let's
There's a
see.
video that we have. Someone took a bunch of art. I think a lot of it was some of it was Sammy, some of it was CT's art, and they like animated it. It looks amazing.
That's a bunch of art. I thought I just saw one piece of art in there.
No, they made like a whole video.
Okay, I'll bring that up. The no sound one right here. It's like the
Um,
200 birthday cake one.
yes, with
Okay.
the YouTube video.
What is that
Oh,
sound? Who's doing that?
it's in the wash together.
Oh, it is. Oh,
Yeah.
this video does not seem to be doing a bunch of artwork or anything. So, okay.
CT sent me the clip. It's only 6 seconds though.
Oh, CT pushes our face into the
So
cake.
the line is okay. I can't make a determination on this clip. Okay.
Yeah, I know this. That's why I was going to say we have to
Right.
find the context. Yeah, that was the
Right.
whole thing that I was going to talk about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because the clip is just Vaush saying you can solve it.
Hmm.
The question is whether solving it you do more harm than good. And then he says he thinks banning child pornography does more harm than good.
Yeah.
Okay, but I just examined without the context. I don't know what that means. It's like I want to see the context before I say what the hell is he talking about?
Well, I mean, you can say what the fuck already. I
I
mean,
mean, yeah, that doesn't sound good. That sounds really
that's a
bad.
pretty extreme statement there.
Yes.
I mean, I think banning CP probably does more good. I no harm. Like what the fuck?
Yes. Yes.
How do you even how do you I mean, how do you even say something like that?
Yeah.
Is this
It's
the
not a good thing to say.
is
Yeah.
this the Aqua moment? Is this another I mean, why is he saying this?
I don't know. It's a good question. I don't
Yeah.
know.
So anyway, that's
Well, anyway, bring up the watch together.
why.
Bring up the watch together.
No, I changed my mind. I don't want to.
This fucking
I'm bringing it up already.
fucking
God, you're
CT
so
for two Canadian says, "Oh my
so
God, Adam, you're here too. It's a small world." I know. What a shock.
so pushy.
Shock. Easy Aquanaut for $2 says Rings of Power. Colon, get the wing to Mountain Dew. Yes, there you go. Essentially. In Rings of Power, there's like all this conflict and drama because Isildur was part of the Navy, and supposedly he intentionally got kicked out of the Navy. And I didn't, they explained why, but then they didn't, I didn't understand the explanation at
You
all.
think so? You think he tied the thing on wrong intentionally, or that they just
Well, everyone
pretended it
says he
was?
did, and then he doesn't fight the claim.
It's just poorly written, man.
They're like, you intentionally tied this knot poorly. And he's like, I'm dreaming of the West. And I'm like, what does that mean? And
Yeah,
then
I'm telling you, none of it means anything.
and then all of a sudden when they're gonna go to Middle Earth, he's all like hyper motivated. He's like, choose me to join the army. And they're like, we can't because you flaked out of the military. And I'm like, why? What is his character's motivation? I don't understand this. Why does he want to go to Middle Earth so badly? Why did he flake out of the Navy? What's happening?
What is his character? What is his sister's motivation when she runs out in the street and looks at him as he's walking away, and it's like, oh,
Was she looking at him? I thought she was looking at the guy that she sort of was interested in.
I thought. I mean, I thought she's looking at her brother.
I don't
No,
know.
she's
I
looking
don't
at her
understand any of this
brother.
fucking show. This whole show's stupid.
She's looking at her brother walking. He's like, "Look, I made it. I'm going off to war to die." And she's like, "Yes, thank you, God, for killing my brother in a war."
Right.
It's all so stupid. All right, I brought it up. Free will, Sitch and Adam show. Ready?
Yes.
Wow, CT Mackin. I feel like this might be copyrighted music.
It's not.
Are you
Well,
sure?
yeah, because he put who's the song is. It's like an independent YouTuber
Oh, okay.
in 2015. So
Okay.
think, Adam, think.
Not allowed to. What?
Do you want to know where I got these red shorts? The single brain cell we share. That's
I know this is great. Oh, look.
yep.
Gave me hair too.
It's a comedy show. You all wish I was a hot girl. I understand. Awesome.
Yay.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah. Great
That
stuff.
was made by Vincent Martin. He took CT and Sammy G's drawings and he animated them with magic and wizardry somehow.
Great stuff.
That's super cool. Thank you so much, Vincent Martin. That was amazing. I'll put a link to the video in the description. And the song that he used was called Free Will by Julia Saltflower, which is on YouTube. Oh, that's why I use it, because the song's called Free Will. Ha ha! Clever!
Very clever.
Clever! Clever boy. Nice. Put the
Nice.
link in the description. Boom. Amazing. Animated. Sitch and Adam art. Boom. By
Nice.
Vincent Martin.
All right. Let me see here. That cringe for $2. This is literally the most human corpos. Lol.
I read that one already.
I read it again.
Okay. Old school for $5 says the thing which bothers me about House of the Dragons is the genetics of the Valerian phenotypes. Dominant, no. Recessive, no. Y-link, no. X-link, no. I had the exact same thought process.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And it kind of annoyed me. In Game of Thrones, the hair color, the genetics about hair color is like integral to the plot in the first season. The way in which Ned Stark figures out that all of the children are not the king's is because they all have blonde hair, and blonde hair is a recessive trait, and the king has black hair.
Right.
And even though
But they
technically
don't
someone
they
with
don't
black
know
hair
that.
could, huh?
They don't know genetics back
No,
then.
but that's why he has the book. They don't understand like the genetics aspect of it, but he has the book that has the descriptions of all the past lords. And if you look through it, whenever a black-haired Baratheon marries and has children with a blonde-haired individual, all the babies have black hair, regardless.
Hmm.
And that's why John Aaron, who's a former hand, he's visiting Robert's bastards, whose mothers had blonde hair, and all the kids still have black hair.
Right.
So obviously, yeah, they don't understand like the Mendel square of hair genetics, but they can look at like the history and they can say, oh, wait a minute, every child fathered by a Baratheon basically has black hair, essentially. And
Right.
so the fact that not only do they have not one child, but three children, all with blonde hair, shows that they're not his children. Okay. And so I was super confused by this because in House of the Dragon, the king and Alicent have, I believe,
Blonde
two
hair.
children.
Yeah.
They have two children, and they both have white hair,
Right.
which is weird
They
because
should
he
have
has,
red hair. Yeah.
or I don't know, Alicent has brown hair. She doesn't have red hair. Doesn't she have brown hair?
She has red hair. She's a
Does she?
redhead. Come on.
Wait a minute.
Come on now.
Wait a minute. Alicent
Brown hair.
Hightower.
She's a redhead. Don't even look it up.
I wouldn't say this is red. I'd say this is like chestnut color, auburn. I would call this brown, like a brownish red. But anyway,
You're
um,
high. I can't. What?
you don't think you call that a redhead? I say she has like auburn chestnut hair.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you. That's how I see it. I don't know what you're saying.
I mean,
Anyway,
it's it's very distinctively got red in it, but
it also very distinctively has brown in it.
yeah,
So maybe that's just like
it's
her roots are showing because she had the dye hair color for the for the role. I don't know. But
yeah.
no, but yeah, so the kids should like well if it was purely red, because I think red hair is recessive too, isn't it? So if it was just red, you could say, well, maybe some of the kids would have red hair, some of the kids would have white hair, maybe they have some weird mix or something.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but they all have just like the white Targaryen hair, and I was like, huh, that's weird. And then all of Rhaenyra's kids all have dark hair color, like their real father.
Right.
And so it's more like the show's using it as a lazy way to symbolize whose kids are bastards, as opposed to like actually what would make sense genetically. So,
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening.
right. But that's part of what annoys me about Rhaenyra's character is that it's so fucking obvious that the kids are not Lenore's kids. It's so obvious, and she doesn't care. She just does like she can fuck. Like I don't understand why can't she just have sex with that guy and not have his babies?
Why
They never
can't
explain that. It's not
why
like
can't you just find a guy who looks like her husband?
why can't she just have a baby with Lenore and then bang that other guy on the side? I don't understand. They never go. They never explain it. Like maybe because he's gay, he can't get it up with her or something. I don't know. They just never explain what's going on with their relationship.
Yeah, I mean, and they could explain it. They got plenty of adult stuff in there.
And of course, but it's not like he's trying. Like there's never a scene where they argue. Like, you know, she's like, "Well, you can't get it up," or he's like, "You won't have sex with me." Like there's never. You don't know whose fault it is
Hmm.
or what this dynamics is. But it just makes them look stupid because it's just so horribly obvious the kids are not his.
I
Like
found the picture that looks most obvious that she has red hair, so I can
I'm
win
glad
the
you found the
argument.
one picture that makes looks most
I was
obvious.
like, it really
You Googled it and you're
ranges.
like, wait a minute, she could have brown hair. And then so you like went through all
No,
the ones where you
all I did was Google Allison Hightower, but I mean,
uh
there's quite a few that are redder. But I mean, this looks. I mean, it's dark red. Obviously, it's not like blonde, strawberry blonde. But I mean, it's definitely red hair.
let's see. According to the Iron Throne Wikipedia,
Allison Hightower doesn't have.
Allison has long midnight brown hair.
Oh,
But
really?
that might be for the books though. No, maybe it's different in the books. Because I'm pretty sure in the books the kids have different hair. I don't think Rhaenyra actually has white hair in the books. So they did to make her look more like Daenerys.
Hmm.
In the book she has dark hair. I don't know what she's supposed to have in the show. Yeah, it looks like that's yeah. It looks like brown with a tinge of red to me. It's exactly what it looks like to me.
Yeah.
Now in that picture, you have like that's the most redheaded she looks like ever.
Yeah. I told you. I'm not lying. Okay. I selected this picture for a
Yeah, I know
reason.
you did.
Yeah. But I mean,
Stuck.
I do
Yeah.
feel like in the show, I mean, even the second actress that they got, I feel like this is red hair. Here, I'll bring up another one.
Hmm.
This is a different actress that's playing her older, which I thought they did a good job casting as far as getting actresses that actually kind of look like the younger
Yeah, the older
versions,
people do look like the younger versions.
which is that's a tough thing to do because, you know,
Yeah.
usually you fill that obligation to look like the other actress and then they're just a shitty fucking actor. So,
Yeah, I mean the acting's been mostly good. I don't really have any qualms about the acting.
yeah, I think they're doing a good job acting wise. Rings of Power. Ooh. Ooh.
Well, yeah, it's hard to tell because the writing is so bad that you're like, is it the acting that's bad? Is it the writing that's bad? Is it the,
Yeah.
what is like who's to blame? Is it the direction that's bad? It's hard to know who to blame in
Well,
Rings of Power
normally if the
too.
writing is terrible, the actors, I mean, they don't know what to do with it. They're like, I can't even tell what we're doing. So how do I discern what my motivation is?
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Sometimes you can get good actors who can save bad writing.
I mean, if
Um,
I was the actor playing Elrod, I would be I would say, listen, what are we going to use this light ore for? You know, I'm talking about this light ore and I really don't understand what's happening here.
right.
And depending upon how the writer answers that, you know, you're kind of like, "Oh, that's my motivation. I'm going to wear magic underwear for the rest of the show."
Yeah,
Oh,
what's wrong
okay.
with that?
So we're going to
You
make
don't like magic underwear?
No, if the writer comes back and says, "Yes, we're going to make like a wardrobe. We're going to make armor for all of the elves out of this stuff and they're going to have to wear that armor perpetually, I guess." You know,
Hmm.
so what happens if you're like an elfin stripper and like your job is not to wear anything But like you'll die if you don't wear the armor. I guess just all
Hmm.
the elfin strip clubs go out of business, or how's that work?
That's a good question. Well, maybe they can just wear it around their neck,
See,
maybe
this is
like a little mithril necklace.
yeah, the mithril stuff is just it's what the fuck is supposed to happen?
I
I
don't know. They
don't
don't explain it, Adam.
yeah, it's
I don't know what to tell you. They don't
bad
explain it.
it's bad news.
Yeah. It's bad writing. They don't explain
Mhm.
what the hell's going on with the mithril. Yep.
Have you by chance seen the Alicent Hightower bobblehead?
No.
Okay.
Does it have very red hair?
I think the Alicent Hightower bobblehead will solve all of our controversy over the hair color.
I don't think that counts, but
I mean, it's really red. Oh, that's hilarious.
uh-huh.
Here you go. I win right here. Here's the bobblehead.
There you go.
It's so obviously red hair. Okay.
Yep.
Adam wins once again. Do does the Butter Amble know that I'm the one that gave him his wrench back?
I gave it to him. What are you talking about?
You gave him it originally, but I took it. I took his wrench away for being a dick in the comments.
Oh,
So he said, "Thanks for giving me my wrench back," and it was me that gave it back to him.
did you? I think I did.
No, I did. I
Okay.
specifically remember giving it back to him. Zombie Squab for $5. Oh no, wait, we've already read that one.
I
We're way
sent
down.
you the last bits of art that you haven't shown yet.
Oh, okay. Old
I
school for
can't remember if we
4.99.
showed the Black Soul Odin comic. I think we might have. It's really
Oh.
great. I don't remember if we did, but I know the ones above
Stug
it
for
from the same.
$5. Mithril is literally just a super good metal. It has absolutely no magical properties unless you think it being both light and strong counts as a magic property. Oh wow! So they
Not
totally
anymore. Now it has magic in it.
now they totally fucked the lore up there. People don't like it when they mess with the lore because they feel like you've disrespected their favorite thing.
Yep. Okay,
Auto
bring up the art. I'll read super
auto
chats.
automata for
Bring
five
up the
dollars.
art.
No, I'm
I'll
having fun reading super chats,
bring
man.
up the art,
I can
please.
look, Papa. I can read super chats too.
Automata for $5 says, listen, only Mithril is light enough to make a Middle Earth flashlight. You need to read between the lines, but they're clearly spelling that out. That's it. That's exactly it. The male elves are just very, very horny. And their elf dicks require metal for some reason. So they need Mithril.
A
That's true.
a flashlight or a flashlight?
A flashlight.
Oh, I thought he said flashlight.
Flashlight.
Does it glow so you can see where the?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Glows with the light of that guy.
Of 1,000 vaginas.
I mean,
Great.
it's from the creator god, so obviously the creator god has a vagina because he birthed, the world, right?
Mhm.
Um, Andrew Clark for $2 says Boxbull versus Gablock, which is better? So Boxbull is that kind of interesting little dwelling that we showed a picture of the other day. Uh, I haven't heard of this other one, Gablock. They're like these Lego pieces that you can use to construct like a full-size house out of these Lego pieces. They're basically like easy to put together walls,
Yeah,
essentially.
it's pretty badass.
Which that's actually super cool because if they work like that, like you don't have to do, I guess you have to see how sturdy is it? Because like in a normal house, you have to build like the frame first and then you put all the other shit on top of it. And this looks like you don't have to build the frame. You literally just use these blocks. Let you literally make a house out of Lego blocks, essentially. You don't have to make a frame. So I mean, if that works, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's awesome.
That's pretty amazing. And you'd think that would make the whole process like way easier. So,
Gotcha, bitch. I'm a man now. Oh, that's nice, honey. It's time for supper. Sitch, dear. Say goodbye to your gator friend And go wash your claws. Oh, look. He's turned you into Zoidberg. You're like half Zoidberg Sitch.
I'm power lifting an alligator. Yes, that's a true story. It's a true
Nice.
story.
I love it.
That was done by Rico Zorro. Thank you, Rico. Thank you, Rico.
God bless you, Rico.
CT for 2 Canadian says, I'm sorry, I'm trying to send art. The internet is fucked. It's okay. Thank you, CT.
Don't send. Come on. CT, why are you sending art already?
Ronaldo Ramirez for $20. Thank you, Ronaldo. Says AZ and Nerdrotic already know the ending of season one. They got info from people that work on the show. I think it doesn't get any better. Oh, I don't. I don't anticipate it to be any better. I do not anticipate it to get any better.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be shit.
No, it's gonna. It started as shit and it's gonna end shit.
It's a shit sandwich.
Yep. Stock for $5 says the latest Star Wars show is going to be bad and or contradictory. Did you get it?
Yeah, Andor.
Ugh.
Ba- bad Andor. Andor contradictory. That's a great one. You don't like that one?
Ooh.
Come on, you're the pun guy. You're supposed to love those.
Ooh, that pun physically hurt me.
Nah, you loved it.
Maj didn't drew this picture. This is Saitama telling me that the comic ending of Watchmen is trash and me crying.
So that's what happens.
That's what happened. Yeah.
Sitch does cry when you tell him that.
Saitama would say, "Can you explain the ending of Watchmen to me in like 10 words or less?" And I'd say no. He'd say, "Well, then it's bad." God,
Agreed.
I'm so disappointed how they ruined the One Punch Man comic and made it like so trash. It's such a fucking letdown.
No, this is your out. This is your.
Such a letdown.
I get to not read it anymore.
I've been waiting for years to see that fight like well drawn. And it's just, my God.
I think we know who did this piece of art.
My God. What? Tell me what it is, because it takes a while.
Steffi!
Oh. Or is that the CT original?
You should put this on a shirt, Steffi. This would be a great. This would be a great shirt for you to wear.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
People can ask you, "What's your name?" Steffi. Oh man.
She's wearing a shirt with her own name on it. Someone just screaming her name.
What is this disgusting piece of art? Oh, it's Sitch as a pile of steaming doggy dew. Oh no, wait, maybe it's a stinky foot, and Sitch is the toes.
Yes, so Cat Branchman. Thank you, Cat, for making this horrifying edit. Is Cat even here?
Who knows?
So regarding the Sitch toes, she took the toes from Kurt's Cowardly Dog and she made it a Sitch toes with all the Sitch faces on it. And I just hate it, Cat. Thank you, Cat. I hate it. The chat hates it.
How dare you?
Oh God, it's so bad.
Oh, I think I might have to make this next one my avatar.
I do like the foot talks like an old mobster. Yeah, see? We're gonna pull a heist on you, see? I'm the big toe. What I say goes, sir.
You must have got a version with text or something.
What?
What?
A version of what?
The meme, the comic, the toe,
The foot?
the foot man.
No. That's the foot is from the cartoon show called Courage Cowardly Dog.
Oh, okay.
And Cat edited it to be a Sitch foot and put little Sitch faces on it.
Right. But the big toe's a mobster.
Right. Yes. That was what it said in the episode. Yes, courage has to lick the foot to make it go away. There you go.
Ooh.
Someone's disgusting foot fetish made that episode.
Oh wow, look at this.
CT, who drew this picture, said that this picture was a commission for Cat. So Cat apparently likes cursed art. So if we have the giant Sitch toes and we have fucking kawaii corn Adam sitting on a Sitch chair.
People just say, "Oh yeah, I want Adam like, but I want him with a crown, like he's the king. But
King of corn.
I want him to also be, like a corn cob. Well, you got to make sure you get the red shorts in there, because obviously, the red shorts. That's how you can tell it's Adam.
I was gonna say if he does have red shorts, it could be any corn.
Yeah, we want people to know who it is, and can you put him in like a big like Sitch chair? Like, no, I don't want the chair to look like Sitch. I want it to have Sitch faces all over it.
Do you like that the Sitch chair has tiny feet at the bottom?
Yeah. But just faces on the chair, but can you make it with a lot of toes? I really like the Sitch toe meme. The chair's got to have a lot of toes on it. CT's like, oh yeah, I can do that. I can whip that right out for you.
Yeah.
What do you want in the background? How about a cornfield? Yeah, that'd be great. Let's just have him sitting in the middle of a cornfield. Yeah.
Cat did ask for the crown specifically.
Yeah.
Haven't you done a commission, Adam? This is exactly what it's like.
Yeah, I have, obviously.
Yeah, this is exactly what it's
that's
like.
how I know.
Yeah.
That's how I'm able to do this portion of the show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Make it look like he's watching the show Andor too. But make it look like he likes it. Because I don't want him in a bad mood. So no, this is great. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, CC.
Yeah. Oh, who commissioned it too?
Thank you, Cat.
Thank you, Cat. Yeah. Thank you, Cat, for making this possible. The collector. Yeah. Very, very cool.
TT says the toes are my contribution. They were not requested.
Oh, really?
There you go.
Oh, look at that. It was a great addition. I like it.
Rico Zoro, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 7 months. Says 7 months of free will, and I never felt better. Gone are the days of desiring World War III or the Second Civil War. Plus, my Gap jeans are fitting like I'm 16 again. Thank you, Sitch and Adam.
Wow.
True. That's a good. Thank you, Rico. That's a great sales pitch.
Rico must be counting calories, which I got to admit.
Right.
That's the hardest thing to do. It requires a lot of free will.
It does.
A lot of free will, yeah.
Are you an avid Tim Pool watcher? Do you want to stop desiring World War III? Do you not want to feel like the Second Civil War is coming? Do you want to be poured into your jeans like you're 16 again so that all the men or ladies look at your ass and wolf whistle? Well, have we got a product for you? Sitch and Adam, free range, organically grown, ethically sourced. Free will. Yeah. Just $1, 1 unit of free will, and baby, you'll see your life will change. Colors will look brighter than before. Food will taste better than before than it's ever tasted in its entire life. And guess what? Everything's going to be so much harder. That's right. With Sitch and Adam free will, everything will be so much more difficult. You will actually have to make decisions using your brain.
I know. That's a little bit of the downside there.
Oh. We'll have to actually expend energy and motivation to think about things. No!
Yeah.
Gone are the days where you can just react to things emotionally and always believe that you're right about everything.
Sad. Very sad.
Buy free will now.
Yeah.
We do need a free will emote, yes.
Limited time offer, too. I mean, we're wrapping up this stream.
What would the free will emote look like? That's the question.
It's coming to the end.
What would the free will...
Sitch doesn't know it, but it is.
What is the free will emote going to look like? Is it going to be like a whale that's jumping and it says free will on it?
A free willy?
Yes, it says free will. It's got it's like over a whale. That might be too complicated for a emote.
How about this? It's got Will Smith slapping.
No. That's not going to work in an emote.
slapping Sitch in the
No, no,
face.
no, no, no.
And it says free will.
Yeah, I don't know what the free will emote would look like.
Could just say free will. So
No,
I
it's gonna be
got
more. I'll just say free will.
this is Afis Artsy? No. Who did this
Asif
one?
Artsy, yes.
Asif Artsy. I was right.
Yes.
Asif
We have
Artsy.
Adam with Wormy, and Adam's saying, "Ouch, my shoulder,"
Mm-hmm.
and then he's cuddling with Wormy. He says, "Streaming time, great, finally I can rest." And then
True. True.
he's saying, "I can rest my shoulder," and then I say, "Hey now," and then Adam freaks out, throwing his arm everywhere, saying, "Apologize." Or you can read this if you want, because it's you.
Apologize. How dare you ask me to apologize? Stop using negative stereotypes. This is so stupid. You disingenuous piece of shit. Shit. You don't know anything. This is evil. Sitch, isn't it evil? How can you say this? You're crazy. That's right. Look, I did all that and Wormy didn't even wake up. Look, I was still sleeping back there. He's like, I'm used to it. He yells all the time. And then CT, just make sure I look decent in the edit. My shoulders.
There you go. That's the real reason your shoulder hurts, Adam. It's from all the yelling.
Is it really? No, not really. But
yeah.
This is still a great comic. Thank you so much. Stream time is my relaxing time.
True. Javier Portillo Ferdinands, thanks so much for the $5 and for butchering your name. Says Vaush also said once in his ideal world there'd be no age of consent. I bet his hard drive is the stuff of nightmares. I've heard that. I've never seen that clip, but I have heard that repeated. That's true. That's a pretty sus thing to say. So pretty sussy-wussy.
Wow.
Metalworks 41190 for $2 says talk about Wisecrack Jordan Peterson next Sunday, please. We might. I haven't seen it yet. Adam said he watched it and he watched part of it and it was boring. So
I didn't really dig in. I just watched the intro and all he does is he says, I'm going to talk about philosophy. And I mean, he's just going to lie about Jordan Peterson, but you would have to do a bunch of digging into philosophy, postmodern philosophy, to figure out how he's lying and whatnot. And I mean, if you want to do that,
I don't know. I'll watch the video, see if it motivates me or not.
The socialists hate Jordan Peterson because he makes rational arguments against anti-capitalism, and they're just like, fuck.
And against their weirdo leftist woke postmodern garbage.
Yeah. But he's like, oh, that's fine. I don't understand. What's the big deal? I don't get what, obviously truth is subjective. What the fuck?
Yeah, we do. We have to watch our good friend Innuendo Studios has released.
Oh, yeah, that's what I thought we were going to do next Sunday.
Another alt-right playbook. I haven't watched it yet, though. So
I thought it was an alt-right playbook. It's like
that's what I said, another alt-right playbook video.
No, it's something different.
I'm assuming all his videos are alt-right playbook videos.
Innuendo Studios.
Apparently Deadpool 3 is coming out soon.
When you type in Innuendo Studios, oh, that's one of his videos. Innuendo Studios.
No, it is alt-right. The alt-right playbook, The Cost of Doing Business.
I'm looking it up. Come on.
Well, I already looked it up. The time it took you to look it up, I already looked it up. You slow.
The alt-right playbook, The Cost of Doing Business. Ouch. Is this going to be about all the deplatforming that they're doing? He's like, that's right, bitch. I have
no clue what it's going to be about.
He's like, that's right, bitch. I'm in favor of all that deplatforming.
Probably.
That deplatforming is good. Oh, no, it looks like I missed a piece of art.
Shadox, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 5 months. Says 3 months of free will. I remain a conservative, but you all have beat the tribalism out of me with facts and logic. Atheism still cringe, though. Well, that's good. I'm glad we beat out the tribalism.
Yeah,
that's great. That's all we wanted. Have you looked into knowing better? Not recently. He made some. It's like I swear this is like the Bearstein Bernstein universe because he made a Jordan Peterson video a long time ago that's totally insane, and I could have swore to God that we covered it, and people are telling me we never did. So
I don't mind atheism. It's the anti-theism that I don't like.
right.
It's the religious atheism where everyone is like, the world would be a better place without religion. Oh my God, religion is so evil.
Astolfo says the new Innuendo Studios video is just white's bad.
Oh no.
Whoa, who made that? I haven't seen that picture before.
CT did this one.
That's awesome, CT.
That scares me. Sitch has a scary mouth. And he looks like he's going to kiss me or something.
I'm gonna eat you.
Ouch.
That's awesome. There's two other art pieces that you haven't shown yet.
What do you mean? I showed them all.
There's
Oh,
the
you're right.
acid art doodle, and then there's the comic, the amazing comic that Odin put up.
Damn it. Finish the super chat.
Stock for $2 says the fact that it hurts means it's working regarding the pun. Yeah, I mean that is the point of puns is to cause psychic damage. That's true. That is true. Mario Jumpman Mario. Well, there you go. For $1 says, "It's me, Mario. Princess Peach must fight back against these dangerous illegal Goomba immigrants and their gender ideology corrupting young toads. All within the Mushroom Kingdom. Nothing outside the Mushroom Kingdom. Nothing against the Mushroom Kingdom." So I guess it's just a sad trait that all Italians are destined to become fascist. Well, there you go. Mario Mussolini coming at you.
Ouch.
How dare he? How dare he? People thought Mario was a communist because he wore a red shirt and blue suspenders, and he was a working class plumber. But it turned out he was a fascist all along.
I knew you couldn't trust him. It's those red shorts. That's how you know.
He wears blue shorts. Or he wears blue suspenders over his red outfit.
Okay.
Doesn't he? And then it becomes white when he's at the fire plant. Yeah. Where are my DMs at? Row. I keep getting that thing. I hate it. Every time I click off my DMs, I go back and it changes my thing.
Try to download the art with that going on.
I know. And it must have been a Twitter update because it never used to ever do this before. And it does it in multiple different browsers too. So it's not just like a browser. It is. Oddwick Music did this. He did some acidic art doodles of me and you. It looked very cool.
Acid art, as in, LSD.
Acid art, yes.
Yeah.
You're wearing your little Oingo Boingo t-shirt.
Yeah.
Very cool. Thank you, Oddwood.
I wore that on stream the other day.
Yes.
Got major compliments for it because I'm cool.
You're very cool. It's very popular.
And then this comic is how did I miss this? This thing is fucking amazing.
Yeah, the comic is amazing.
What's going on here?
You have it up?
No, but it's like a 5-part.
It's like a 4-page, yeah.
It's gonna be
oh my God, it's my mother for $1. Sitch's mom for $1 says, Sitch, it's time you answered the real JQ. When are you gonna pay off my student debt? It's gotten over to $1 million at 15% APR. All those classes by Professor Doomer on gender ideology won't pay for themselves.
Wow, Doomer's teaching gender ideology now?
He is. Listen, Mom, I told you to stay away from that stoat. I said, you can't trust anything from the Weasel family. And she said, Sitch, he's not a weasel, he's a stoat. And I said, let's listen. A stoat is just a cuter weasel that got a break from society, okay? But a weasel is a weasel. It's in his nature. She didn't listen. You're tearing out my heart.
Oh my God.
Solo Doge for $1. Says, hate to say it, but I think I figured out why Cocaine Mitch introduced the Fed abortion ban. He wants it to blunt a red wave because the red wave is mostly Trump backed. Strike a deal with the Dems to not do anything extreme for until they're certain Trump is gone. I completely disagree with this interpretation, Soldosh, because the Democrats are not going to agree with that. What do you mean? The Democrats are not going to sign off on this at all. Do you
Yeah.
think the Democrats are going to sign off on this federal abortion ban thing?
The reasonable federal abortion. The Democrats want people to be able to. They want no restrictions whatsoever on abortion. Which it's funny that the Democrats are the ones that are like, we need sensible regulation. But if you want to kill your baby, we don't
Well, I
need
don't
any
even.
sensible regulation.
Well, first of all, I think I don't agree with the 15 weeks. I'm fine with the what is it, the 20 weeks, 21 weeks, whatever it is. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I
Um,
get it, but they are the Democrats aren't fine with any of that.
okay, you're not you went into political territory. You immediately went for the tribalism, which you're
Hmm.
not supposed to do here. I asked the question from a political strategic standpoint. Okay, remove your politics from the situation
Okay.
and assume, as we always say, that the Democrats and Republicans are not acting according to their political ideology. They're acting
Right.
according to selectorate theory. Okay.
Right.
Why would the Democrats who want to beat Republicans over the head with they want to take away women's right to choose, why would they ever agree to a 15-week national abortion ban? They gain literally nothing from it. The
Yeah.
only way that maybe, and I'd have to look at the bill, but I highly doubt this. The only way that you can maybe say that the Democrats would be on board with it is if the law said all states have to allow abortions up to 15 weeks on top of it.
They're
Does the law say that? Because then maybe there would be some argument there.
they're 15 weeks, and I'm looking at it from selectorate theory. Their voters don't want to say, their voters do not want any restrictions whatsoever on abortion.
That's not true. When we look at the polling, the majority of people want there to be restrictions on abortions. That's not true.
What kind of restrictions do they want?
I don't know. You have to look at each polls. But when we brought up on stream, the majority of
Right.
people want some middle ground. They don't want you to be able to abort the baby right up to the day it's born, but
Hmm.
but they don't think that life begins at conception. That's the majority of Americans in this country currently.
Right. Yeah.
So it's not, so what you're saying is not accurate. That they're like, oh, they just want to have abortions, so, right before, like, that's not a mainstream political opinion.
No, but I do think it's like a Democratic base political opinion.
I completely disagree with you.
Okay.
I don't know what base you're referring to.
What kind of abortion bills are being considered by the Democrats? Let's look at that up.
I don't think there are any
I'm
because they
sure
wanted
there
to.
are. Because they're like, oh my God, the Supreme Court made it illegal to have abortions in like five
Oh, that's right.
states.
The one they want. Okay, actually, no. And this is why you're wrong. The bill that the Democrats wanted to pass
Right.
it was just reestablishing Roe v. Wade. It was that whatever the 22
Okay.
weeks or whatever it
So
is.
it's first two trimesters and then whatever, unless there's complications in the third trimester.
Right. And
Right.
people were complaining, and some pundits were complaining dishonestly that like, oh no, this is actually you can have an abortion whenever you want, just because it said for medical, for medical health reasons, you could have abortions beyond that time period.
You know
So,
why? And this is so stupid on the Democrats' part
mhm.
because I mean that's a little late for me. Like I would like to I would go like 10, 15 weeks. No, not 10, 15 weeks. I would go 12 to 20 weeks range. That's where I'm at, and they did a congressional hearing on this, and every single person that was speaking on behalf of the Democrats
Right.
would not even articulate the position you just said the
I
Democrats were
know, I
trying to
remember. I saw
pass.
that hearing.
Yeah.
And that hearing was idiotic. And that the people they had there was baffling that these were the people they had there. Yeah.
Yeah, because
Right.
I was like, oh my God, the Democrats are insane. And
Right.
if that was what they were trying to pass, they could have easily come off as, not insane, which is always good in politics, I think.
Hmm.
Well, I don't know. Maybe Trump is a genius for coming off insane.
But regardless, go back to the question. I don't think there's any world in which the Democrats would ever agree to the 15-week ban just because they would lose the ability to hit Republicans with the abortion stick. Which why would they ever give up that weapon, that tool? So I don't buy that there's some like, and also it doesn't make sense why Mitch McConnell would want to stop a red wave. That doesn't make any sense. Mitch McConnell's not worried about losing his seat. And I don't believe that, oh, Mitch McConnell, his fucking wife was on Trump's cabinet. Like,
Right.
and I don't believe Mitch McConnell is like a moral person. I don't think he's like, well, I'm just so morally, even if you disagree with him or not, I don't think Mitch McConnell is motivated by his moral choices of believing that Donald Trump is just so bad for the country that he would sacrifice, you know, a bunch of Republicans getting the power just to prevent Donald Trump from being president. I really don't buy that at all. That doesn't fit any um, past interactions or experiences that Mitch McConnell has been interacted with, and it completely goes against the way politicians generally act.
So, what was the
So
move for introducing this bill?
I don't know. And that's what's weird about it. It seems so bizarre and baffling.
To show that
Um,
Republicans aren't all life at conception Republicans, so that they take that, hit them with the right is just religious fanatics out of the
I
hands of
think
the Democrats.
that's not what I think. I think the thought process was, and I think it was wrong, but I think this is the thought process. Mitch McConnell thought that ever since the abortion stuff came out, if you guys remember, before the abortion really came out, it was all like red wave's coming, red wave's coming, red wave's coming. Democrats are going to get blown the fuck out in the midterms. We heard this nonstop. Then the abortion ruling comes out, and everything changes. All of a sudden, all the polling starts shifting in favor of the Democrats not getting blown the fuck out in the midterms.
Right.
And actually, they're saying that the Democrats might either hold the House or Senate or both. Okay, so the Republicans went from a position of very seeming like they were going to win easily to well, seeming like man, it's either going to be close or they're going to lose. Now, I don't think that's just from the abortion thing. I think it's also from COVID getting better. People aren't as bothered by inflation as much because they're sort of getting used to it and it's going down slightly. The Ukraine beating the shit out of Russia. I think all these factors are making people feel a little bit more confident in Democrats, regardless of whether you agree with that or not. Um, but I think that Mitch McConnell probably calculated that he thought the real polling change was happening from the abortion issue. And so I think that's why he threw out this law, because he wants kind of the Republicans to just get the abortion issue off the table because he thinks it's hurting them in the midterms.
Right.
To me, that makes logical sense, not that he secretly wants to hurt the
Right.
Republicans. That
So,
doesn't make
but
any sense to me.
he, so I'm correct because he's basically saying the Democrats are going to come out and say the Republicans want to ban all abortion. They don't want any abortion happening ever for any reason. And Mitch McConnell can say, that's not
Oh
true. I
shit.
just, what?
My lights are blinking, so I might lose power, just by the way.
Oh, ouch.
Okay. So
So Mitch McConnell wants to be able to rebut that and say, that's not true. We actually introduced a bill to allow abortion up until, I don't know, what was his bill, like 15 weeks or something?
yeah.
Chitachi's really mad at me about the abortion thing. She was giving me a hard time on Twitter too, and now she's giving me a hard time in the chat. She says
About what?
Adam's arbitrary 12 to 20 week range is just self-serving nonsense. Well, it's like 20 25 weeks is when they say the kid has a brain and consciousness, right?
20, yeah, it was 20 or 22 weeks is when they start to form, like the neocortex part of your brain that,
Right.
consciousness comes from,
So and I was arguing with Chidachi on Twitter about this. I mean,
right?
a fertilized egg as a embryo It doesn't have a brain. It doesn't have eyes, ears, nose, mouth. There's nothing there. Just like a cell, right?
Oh, wait a minute. We're this is important. Okay. This is part of the bad information news that we get fed. We keep
Mm-hmm.
calling this Mitch McConnell's abortion ban or abortion law. It's not. It was Lindsey Graham's abortion thing. And 2 weeks ago, Mitch McConnell said that the Senate Republicans are not going to debate Lindsey Graham's proposal to ban abortions nationwide after 15 weeks, telling reporters that the GOP senators want to leave the issue to the states. So this isn't so Mitch McConnell actually did the exact opposite. So though she said no, they didn't want to follow Lindsey Graham's proposal.
Right.
And Mitch McConnell said Lindsey Graham's proposal was his own idea and not something that was pushed from a leadership level. Lindsey Graham admitted that he did not consult Mitch McConnell before making this 15-week abortion ban. See, there you go.
Okay.
But see, I think this is sort of the danger when, people jump to the conclusions that like the leaderships of these parties have all these like nefarious plots and plans and all this complicated 12D chess is going on. It's like, well, no, like literally, no, that's not what's happening.
Well, he does give Republicans who might get hit with the Democrats, they want to ban all abortion stick, an out that they can say, yeah, I support Lindsey Graham's bill in elections wherever they are. That's a political move.
But no, because Mitch McConnell's signaling that as a party they're going to be against that.
But
I don't understand what you're
all
saying.
the time. I'm in the district I'm in. Okay,
Right.
I can tell my voters whatever I want. So
No, I understand that.
my voters, I can say, listen, I support Lindsey Graham's bill. I understand that, Mitch McConnell's not going to take it up and it's dead in the Senate, but they don't give a fuck. They say, I support Lindsey Graham's bill that everyone's talking about.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter because it's going to be all the context of the abortion stuff, especially for the Republicans, is all going to be on a state level. So what they would actually, say, it does matter. It does because the narrative, if you're a Republican senator and you're running in a purple state, you're going to say, listen, that's up to your state, the state representative. Don't talk to me about that. Talk to your state,
I'm going to say whatever.
senator.
Look, selectorate theory. I'm going to say whatever my voters want me to say. And if my voters want me to say, I support a ban on abortion at 15 weeks, I'm going to say that. I don't care.
But that's not what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
If you're a Republican senator,
you realize Republican senators don't have to just parrot the party line, that they can say whatever they want to their constituents.
Let me finish.
Okay.
If you're a Republican senator in a purple state,
yeah, I get that.
That means that you have to balance the interest between your Republican base, whose life begins at conception, wants no abortion whatsoever, and the moderate Republicans or moderate Democrats, because you're not going to win the far left Democrats, obviously. The moderate Republicans or the moderate Democrats who maybe are okay with abortion with restrictions up to some time period. Okay. And you don't want to alienate any of these three camps. So you're not going to stake out a position. You're not going to stake out the position and say, hey, I'm in favor of Lindsey Graham's, abortion ban, because then you'll piss off the ones that want no abortion, and then you'll also piss off the Democrats or the moderates who want there to be, not be so restrictive.
We're having two different conversations.
Wait,
here.
we're not having two different conversations.
No, we are.
So from you're
not addressing what I'm saying at all. Not any bit of what I'm saying.
Yeah. From a strategic position, they're not going to want to say, hey, I am in favor of Lindsey Graham's thing, because that's the potential that to alienate voters is too great. They'll say, hey, this is up for the states to decide. I have nothing to do with this matter. Okay, this highly contentious.
You're saying it's a bad strategy, and I'm saying that it is a strategy. That's the difference here. Like, I don't want to argue with you whether it's a good strategy or a bad strategy, because I don't know the specifics of the district. Sure, you can make an argument why it's a terrible strategy in a purple district. It doesn't matter. If I believe that it's a good strategy to hit this position that Lindsey Graham has presented, Is
Hmm.
it better if let's just say hypothetically
Yeah,
I'm in a
of course, yes.
let's say hypothetically in
I
a
already agree with
district
you.
where
Yes,
this is exactly what my voters want. Is
right.
it better for me to say, "Oh, I concocted my own bill that's going nowhere," or is it better to say, "Lindsey Graham already brought up a bill that everybody's talking about on the news that I think could be great for us, and I support that bill, and maybe someday it'll actually get passed." It's
Hmm.
way better. It's way better to say that.
Yeah, yeah. In a hypothetical district where the Republic, well, and not even a district. Well, it depends if we're talking about Senate or House. If we're talking about House in a district, or if we're talking about Senator in a state,
Hmm.
if there's a hypothetical state where 95% of Republicans are in favor of allowing abortions but want a 15-week ban, then obviously that would help. I just don't believe that that selectorate exists anywhere in this country.
Well, but yeah, but I don't know the selectorates that are out there. So, and you're postulating what Lindsey Graham has done is complete idiocy, and it might be, but it might not be. I don't know. Is Lindsey Graham even? I thought Lindsey Graham might even be retiring. So,
Um,
like, it's safest for him to.
Lindsey Graham
I just tried to look it up, but nothing
running
came up.
again.
Yeah, a lot of times they
I don't, well,
have.
he's not up for, he's not, I mean, he's not up in the next election,
Right, so
but I
he's
don't,
safe.
he's safe.
A lot
Yes.
of times they give senators or Congress people, well, Congress people are never safe, but they give senators some sort of legislation to kind of throw out there because they know
Right.
they're in a safe district, or they have no election competitors or whatever. So
I understand. Yeah, I don't buy that there's a selectorate that exists for the strategy that you're talking about
I understand that.
to
I'm just
so but
trying.
I don't believe that, so because I don't buy that selectorate, I don't buy that motivation.
Right. So what do you think his motivation is?
I'm not sure. I'm actually I
Well,
don't know what his
postulate a
motivation is.
motivation. I postulated a motivation. What's your postulation?
That as a, well, it'd be the same one that I said earlier, that he thinks that Republicans are going to lose too heavily on the abortion issue, so they want to craft some kind of. Well, actually, no. See, if it's Lindsey Graham doing it, that kind of changes my thinking. Maybe he thinks that this will actually satisfy the base to show that the Republicans on a national level, even if they're not doing an outright ban on abortion, are like, progressing towards that direction. Like this would be the first step towards getting rid of abortions. Like even JMac, who is pro-life, said that he would be in favor of this, as a, because he knows that it's not likely they would get a full nationwide abortion ban. So there are
Yeah.
people that are pro-life that would be in favor of this. And so maybe that's Lindsey Graham's thinking. Maybe he thinks he is playing his base. I don't know.
I think the base is like totally against it.
I would think so too.
Yeah.
I would think so too. Not against it, but that it's just not as useful as they'd want. But
I think it's only useful with moderates. And I do think it is useful with moderates. I think it
mhm.
basically, I think the move is Democrats say Republicans want to take us back to the Stone Age and ban abortion for everything, for even rape. Like they're going to throw the book at them. And this allows Republicans, at least Lindsey Graham, to say, no, I'm not in favor of that.
Yeah, but here's the problem. It only would help with moderates if it also established that people could nationwide get an abortion up to 15 weeks, which I don't think it does. It just has a ban. It doesn't have a doesn't force the states to allow abortions up to that point.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's just the ban element of
So
it.
it bans abortion past 15 weeks.
Right, but it doesn't allow abortions up to 15
Right.
weeks.
So a state could ban abortion altogether.
Yes.
Okay. So it's just basically saying no state can go past 15 weeks.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. That is a little different. So it does make it seem more like he's signaling that we're moving in the right direction.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think it backfired for A, the reason I said, and B, because the narrative for Republicans for so long was leave the states, let the states decide, let the states decide. Like that was a narrative.
Yeah.
And that kind of completely destroys that talking point.
All right.
So
Chitachi just, oh man, she really, I don't know.
yeah, I'm looking at the bill now. It looks like it doesn't, yeah, it's just a restriction. It's not. Just a
Adam
restriction on abortion. That's
Adam's
the only part of it.
stance Adam Adam's stance on abortion is not based on principles or science. Chitachi, what? Why?
Is Chitachi in
Why?
favor of having more abortion access or less abortion access? I don't
No,
understand which position
Chitachi's
she's arguing.
pro life,
Okay,
life at conception.
I see.
That's what we were arguing over, life at conception.
Right.
He thinks abortion should be an option, so he contrives an argument to post hoc rationalize his desired outcome. Well, I do like the fact that you accept that people do post hoc rationalize their way. So I'm going to call that a win.
Right.
And what's painful, Chitachi, and it hurts. It's like a knife in my heart. It really hurts to say that I don't have principles, that and that, my stance is somehow like incoherent. I mean, first of all, one of the I don't see how you can be in favor of things like IVF if you have the life begins at conception, because normally during things like IVF, you're creating embryos by the truckload. So all of those embryos are destroyed. So therefore, you're technically, if you're going to conceptualize embryos as babies, I mean, we're destroying a lot of babies, and a lot of people are doing IVF just in that process. So if you have a life at conception, or I think you can say life begins at conception because it is alive. I don't think you can say a baby begins at conception, because I'm looking at it going, where's the eyes, ears, mouth, brain, fingers, toes, the things, it doesn't, I don't think you can conceptualize it as a baby, obviously. And I even use the term seed because I think seed is accurate. Like, seed is a fertilized egg that may or may not come to germination or fruition. So, but yeah, and the principle is, a lot of people believe conscious experience develops in the baby at about like 20 to 25 weeks. And I'm just erring on the side of cautiousness because, first of all, a lot of times science, and this is, you say, my stance is not science based. I mean, I feel like it is, because science is what came up with the 20 to 25 weeks for consciousness. And I'm just saying, sometimes science is vastly incorrect. So, and also I'm sure there's different gestation periods for different people. So I wouldn't feel comfortable. Yeah, it's 25 weeks. Maybe he's conscious, maybe he's not conscious, Ouch, that's horrific. So, does that seem unprincipled, Sitch, or?
I mean, no, I agree with that.
Yeah. There is but I respect, and one of the reasons, I would not, if there was a pro-life, if the majority of people were pro-life and, abortion was banned, I mean, I would accept that. I think we could work from a place of that being the case. We'd figure it out as a society. It might be better for society, because I do think we need higher birth rates. What if abortion is banned? Are they going to ban IVF? What happens there?
No, they won't.
So IVF will still be a possibility?
Yeah.
Okay.
Chitachi said that they're against IVF too, but I don't think there would ever be a ban on it.
Right. I did ask Chitachi that. And
Chitachi says, I believe IVF is demonic.
Okay. Well, that doesn't mean she's against it. I mean, she could
usually if you think something's demonic, it's
I mean, she could like demons.
That's true. Do you like demons, Chitachi?
No, I'm just playing. We should have Chitachi on. I had her on one of my live streams, and she's great.
Right.
She's an excellent reader. She read the Superchat. Adam, do you recognize that life begins at conception? Yes or no? Yes, life begins at conception, an embryo is obviously alive. A walnut is alive, okay? Yeah, because I've heard you say that you don't believe that is the case. No, look, obviously life begins at conception. Like I said, seeds are alive. When
Here,
seeds
here,
die, they cannot turn into whatever plant they're supposed to turn
right.
into.
This is the problem. When someone says life begins at conception, they mean something more than just that the thing is alive. Because as you said, a walnut's alive, right?
Yeah, of course.
Um, germs are alive, right?
Yes,
That's
maggots
not what
are
anyone
alive.
means, right? Right. When someone says life begins at conception, what they really are sort of embedding in that thought is that there's like
A baby.
a conscious human experience or a soul or something, some uniquely human attribute exists at conception. That's really what's being talked about.
Hmm.
So do you believe that there's a uniquely human attribute of consciousness or a soul or something to that effect that exists at conception?
If that's the case, IVF is horrific and should be abolished immediately.
Right, but no, I'm asking, so you don't believe that that's true.
No, of course not.
Okay. Right,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, I don't, obviously not. No, of
Right,
course not. Yeah.
right. Well, that's my position. That's why I have the time frame I have. Because to me, life isn't the determining factor. It's what we would call human consciousness is the
Hmm.
determining factor. I mean, as humans, we don't afford rights to something purely on the basis of whether it's alive or not, obviously.
Well, and also the pain thing is a lot. Some people want to use pain as a cutoff, but there are plenty of things in the world that experience pain that we wouldn't even consider conscious. Like a maggot, for instance, I'm sure feels pain.
Right. Yeah,
Yeah.
no. Yeah, insects feel pain, all animals feel pain. It's kind of funny when
Yeah.
like there used to be this weird like urban myth that like fish didn't feel pain or something, and like
What?
fishermen would say this to make themselves feel better, and it's like of course it feels pain. Like what do you think pain is?
Why do you think
It's
it's
just
flopping around on the deck of the boat so badly? That's not pain.
right, like it's just it's a weird like people don't understand, I guess. Like the entire purpose, the evolved purpose of pain is to motivate an organism to avoid something that's potentially damaging. That's so obviously pain exists in all animals for that reason. So,
I mean, if you guys want Chitachi, if you want to say that I'm anti-abortion, I mean, I am anti-abortion. I don't think people should just get them
mhm,
for fun.
right.
I don't think I don't think people should use them as birth control. I mean, this is one of the things that bugs me about the people who are like, I'm going to own the conservatives by, televising my abortion. It's like we shouldn't be celebrating
Right.
abortion, okay?
Yeah, but Shitachi, you're not addressing the question.
Hmm.
She says it's not whether or not something is alive, it's whether or not human life is present. Yeah, but how are you defining human life? That's what I'm getting at that you're not answering. What's the
Yeah.
definition of human life? That's a more complicated question than I think most people realize.
Yeah.
If a baby is born with no brain, but it still can like live,
Oh
like its
God.
heart still beats and everything, like is that a human life? Because I would say no. I would say that's not a human life.
Sitch is going full euthanasia.
I mean, I think I think the fact that we don't have euthanasia is one of the most horrific, fucked up things in our society.
I mean, look, I was born without a brain and I'm doing fine. So,
No, but like there are people, and like my grandfather's like last years of his life was so fucking bad,
no, I know mine
and
too.
the way in which he died was horrific
No, I agree.
because they're basically like, well, we can't euthanize him. All we can do is starve him to death.
I know
It's like
it's
the most
ridiculous.
fucking enraging, disgusting, horrifying thing. It's like literally fucking disgusting. It's one of
Yeah.
the most enraging things possible that our society does not allow euthanasia. And I can only imagine that the people that are against it have never had to watch a family member slowly starve to death over like a 2 week or longer period. It's just fucking disgusting. It's horrific. It's so horrific. And our society is totally fucked in this regard.
It's so ironic too, because we treat our pets better than we treat our loved ones. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
our pets are allowed
Exactly.
to die in our arms and at home in a
Right.
nice, safe environment where they feel safe, and
Yes.
we get to say our goodbyes and
Right.
all.
Right.
Like
But no.
it would be
But yo,
so
humans
easy,
have to suffer. Humans have to suffer for some
right?
bullshit, insane, archaic, bizarre, I assume religious inspired reason that makes no fucking sense. It's just it's
Can you
totally insane.
imagine taking your pet and letting him starve to death? Oh my god!
No, I know it's
Why would you
horrific.
do such a thing?
That's a perfect example. You
Yeah,
wouldn't let your pet starve to death, so why do we let humans starve to death?
yeah.
It's so bizarre. It's so
Yeah.
bizarre. But I don't know. But anyway,
Are we done? All right.
no, we gotta move
Woo!
on. Well, first I gotta read this comic that's really great.
Come on, I gotta
Odin
go. I got shit to do.
Odin Dark Soul made this comic. This is an amazing comic. It says, "Meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom." Oh wait, wrong comic. "Meanwhile, at the Tetragrammaton Nexus of Shadow." And then there's some dark figures watching me upload videos saying, "The mad fool has begun to post once more. YouTuber Sitch again threatens the stability of the multiverse. Every new video a sledgehammer to the walls separating our reality."
Uh oh. Wow. I didn't know this was this dangerous.
Oh, it's very dangerous. Fuck, Twitter's doing the thing. Hold on. Hold on. Twitter's doing the thing where I can't. Okay.
Something must be done.
Something must be. I mean, I like to. This is a Full Metal Alchemist reference. I look like Hohenheim. Something must be done. Last time the multiverse produced an atom to slow him down with the streams. He may not be so lucky this time.
That's hilarious.
It's true. Adam was the slow downer.
Can I eat him?
Then we have Gluttony Sitch. Can I eat him? No, you may not, Gluttony Sitch. And then we have Socialist Communist Sitch. I'm reminded of when I worked at a co-op. I got some viewers to fund it. I didn't put any of my money, of course, but now is not the time for stories, Socialist Communist Sitch.
Oh no, what is this?
Then we have, Oy vey, can't we rob him of his wealth? Please, vaguely racist 1940s anti-Semitic character Sitch focus.
Another eater.
I don't think that's vaguely racist. I think that's just
Yeah, that's not vague.
And then we have, can I eat him? We have the sexy Sitch tan. Can I eat him? Holy hell! As the rest of the alt Sitches are busy, I'll decide. If YouTuber Sitch wishes to be a herald of the fallen shadow, then he will die like him as well. Fine, we shall send the Nexus Sentry to stop him. We shall send the Atom.
And Atom is an acronym.
Yes, and I like, you look really badass here. Look at this.
I know, this is great. I love it.
Robot tubes. Atom stands for Advanced Dimensional Aegis Machine. Many Sitches and Atoms fell against the fallen shadow, the multidimensional tyrant. This atom is the augmented remains of the atom that struck the killing blow, created to destroy any Sitch who has fallen to the corruption of the fallen shadow.
And yet,
Such malice is not so easily defeated. Somewhere in the void, the infinitesimal infinity between realities, the fallen shadow stirs, roused by the clarion call that is YouTuber Sitch's uploads. The fallen tyrant, primordial shadow, Omega Sitch.
wow, that's pretty crazy.
Damn, Black Shadow. This is fucking amazing, Black Soul Odin. Look at the lore. Did you know that there's so much lore behind me making videos?
I can't believe I missed this. I just retweeted it. Yeah.
This is so amazing.
It is amazing.
I love it.
Excellent work.
Everything about this is so
excellent
amazing.
work. Look at that. The IJP Mexican definitely picked out the most racist portion immediately.
Or did he zoom in on the
Yeah. Yeah. Funny stuff.
Omega Sitch? I am the destroyer, the ender. Oh, I should get the voice changer for that, shouldn't I? Whatever, we don't have time.
Yeah, come on, we gotta go. You got a video to edit. Listen,
I know. I
want to see the
fix the
Andor video. This is what you're doing here. Procrastination. I'm curious.
No,
Is this procrastination?
Adam.
It sounded like maybe
you understand this. Okay, I understand your psychology here. You are an artist. Okay,
Oh, I
You
know.
flit. You flit from project to project. Okay.
I know how procrastination works.
No. You flit from project to project.
Hmm.
Okay. Just because there's a new project, like
Hmm.
me making videos again, doesn't mean that we abandon ship on this project that we've been working on for many, many years.
The
Okay.
videos usually get more views if they're under 3 hours. You're the one that's abandoning this project.
Oh, I see. I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Our videos, yeah. As soon as they
I
click
got
into
you.
that 4 hour mark, people are
Okay,
like,
fair
fuck
enough.
it. Yeah.
We'll try to.
If
I'm just
this,
having fun
if
talk. I'm
this,
just having fun having a conversation with you and the people in the chat. Okay,
our,
excuse me, princess.
our stream, like we had a great conversation about Andor Rings of Power.
Right.
That in a 2 hour video would get a ton of views.
Well, it's your fault though.
It's
You're the one
not
that
going to
got
get,
sidetracked on the abortion question.
it's not going to get a ton of views at the 4 hour mark.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then don't get sidetracked on the abortion question.
We can't even, CT's not even available to clip it out anymore. It's like, whatever. Okay.
Like,
Well, I
this
mean,
guy's-
even the clips, I mean, that clip wouldn't get as many views because,
it's fine. It's fine. It's
yeah.
fine. So Doge for a dollar says, Adam, how far down in the MCU movies rabbit holes do you have to be to think that the protagonist equals the hero and the antagonist equals the villain? You can have the villain be the protagonist of their own story, yet you keep using the terms interchangeably.
What? Where? Hold on. I gotta see who wrote that.
Solo Doge.
Oh, it's a Streamlabs, huh?
You were sort of quibbling me when I said that there's a difference between the hero and the protagonist regarding Andor.
First of all, I know the difference between the hero and the antagonist. I mean, I feel like that.
You mean
was
protagonist?
Yeah, the hero and the antagonist.
Protagonist.
The hero is the protagonist. What do
Okay,
you
so
think?
you just no, so you do think that protagonist, you think the term hero and protagonist are interchangeable. So he's right.
Okay, is that what he's saying?
Yes.
Yes, sure. I mean,
Okay,
unless
so
it's like an anti-hero, obviously.
well, okay, well then, so you do understand that's not the case. You can have a
Wait a
villainous
second.
protagonist.
Yes, but
Okay,
that villainous protagonist will be the hero in from their perspective.
I understand. Okay, so here's the issue. I understand what the issue is. It's a Sitch's law. Okay, you're defining hero and villain differently. You're thinking of hero like the hero's journey, the character that goes on the journey that establishes the plot, versus the
Mhm.
hero is the good guy.
Mm-hmm.
That's where
Yes.
the conflict is. Okay, you're just
Yeah.
you guys are just using the definitions of hero and villain differently. Okay, I understand.
Well, I feel like protagonist is kind of a elitist term that writers often use. So
I feel like people who watch YouTube videos about storytelling all know what the word protagonist means, but
I just use the word hero. It's simpler.
okay.
Especially if
then-
you're talking about someone who actually is a hero.
Yeah, but here's the problem. If you have a story like Nightcrawler,
Mhm.
okay,
Nightcrawler is the perfect example.
right, where the protagonist is gross and not good,
Right.
calling him a hero would confuse people because they're like, well, he's
Right.
not a hero, he's a bad guy.
But he is definitely a hero from his perspective. You agree
I understand.
with that? Yeah.
I understand that, but I'm just saying it would confuse viewers and listeners if you call him a hero. So
Yeah.
well, he's not a hero.
I mean, I'll take that into consideration.
Right.
I should have paid
So-
closer attention when you actually read this super chat, but anyway.
So Doge for $1 says, okay, time to educate you rubes on the controversy of the chess world. Oh, I've heard about this. A few weeks ago, Carl Mangus, the chess world champion, lost to an up-and-coming grandmaster, Hans Niemann. Magnus accused him of cheating, and the popular theory is that it was done with vibrating anal beads. Okay, I don't understand this story. So, well, first of all, it's like I don't understand anything about this story. How could you cheat?
Is he
How do you
doing Morse
cheat at
code?
chess? Well, that's the first question. Well, no, yeah. So if he has vibrating anal beads, what does that mean? Is he sending him Morse code through his butt or something? Like, what? And first of all, isn't this entirely speculation? Because essentially they said that they checked his body to make sure he had no listening devices. They couldn't find one. So they're just speculating. Well, then it must be in his butt. Like, it's not like there's any evidence to this, right?
Well, why didn't they check his butt?
Well, because no one thought to do that. So this could be like just insane slander. This could be like the craziest fucking slander by this Carl Magnus guy. But then secondly, I don't even understand this. How do you cheat at chess? What does that even mean?
Mm-hmm.
How do you cheat at chess?
Somebody tells you what move to make.
But why don't they just play instead of you?
Well, sometimes it's like
oh, wait a minute. No,
algorithm or something.
I do think, okay, maybe what they would do is they would have a computer that would be running your game, and the computer would be telling you what move to make.
Do you
Okay, I
know?
guess that would be the cheating. Yeah.
Do you know that guy that played like 25 Grand Masters and beat all but one, I think?
No.
And he's just like some schlep.
Mm-hmm.
The way that he did it was he did the first move, but then every time he would do the move that the last Grandmaster did. So he was basically stealing the Grandmaster's move. So all the games were basically lining up.
I don't understand, but that sounds interesting.
Yeah.
But okay.
So he's at table one. Yeah, I don't
Mm-hmm.
know how he began. Like I guess he
So you're saying
just
he lost to the first guy and then beat everyone
no.
other
I
guy?
I think okay. Here's how you begin. So he's playing a grandmaster and the grandmaster opens, okay, and he responds. But then when he goes over to the next table, he opens with the grandmaster's opening. So he's continuing to play the games through where he's basically stealing the
Yeah,
grandmaster's
but
play.
that's incredibly skilled for someone to play someone once and remember their moves. That's crazy.
Yeah, I gotta.
That's so impressive. I mean,
It is a pretty cool trick.
right. Um, but yeah, I mean, to my knowledge, there wasn't any evidence about the butt things. It was just like a suggestion. But anyway, CT for dollar
Short fat
says,
attack is weighing in the chat. He
oh,
says he loves Andor. Listen, Sitch and
oh,
Adam,
there you go.
Andor is the best thing I've ever watched. But God, do I hate every lefty viewing everything through their own broken
Where is he? I don't
lenses.
even see. Oh, there's Dev.
Yeah, I
He
made
said
up
it's
the.
good.
I
No,
know.
I thought there are parts of it I liked, Dev, and there are parts of it I think are bad. So, and you're right. And that's literally what I said. I said the fact that lefties are viewing it as an ACAP story is hilarious because I think it's literally not.
Yeah.
It's like almost the opposite of an ACAP story. But CT for dollar says, Adam, name the Pokemon in the DMs. Don't describe it. Just give it a name. First person who gets it right in Discord gets 1 month of Nitro.
This Pokemon,
Yeah. Don't describe what it looks like.
don't describe what it looks like.
Just name it. Give us a name.
Panda fish.
There you go. Panda fish, everybody. Panda fish. It's a pretty adorable looking Pokemon.
What are they guessing? What do they have to do?
They're trying to figure out what Pokemon you just described in the Discord. Don't say it in the chat.
This
Don't say it in the
Discord,
chat. Say it in the Discord.
this Pokemon has a name or something?
This
Okay.
Pokemon has a name, yes.
What's the real the true? Oh, I guess I can't
I
do
don't
that.
fucking know.
Never mind. Okay. It's panda fish.
Panda fish. There you go, guys. In the Discord, there's some channel you can guess, and maybe if you get correctly, the first person that got it correct gets a month of Nitro.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. Dr. Diller for a dollar says, every time you talk about Rings of Power, House of Dragon, my brain slowly shuts down. You shouldn't stop on my behalf or anything, but that's where I'll be. For future reference, I was a fool for asking about media takes.
Who said that?
Dr. Diddler. Well, I
Oh,
don't know if that means
really?
Dr. Diddler is bored by media talk or he just doesn't like our specific media takes. But
Yeah, I don't know either.
so Andrew Clark for 2 hours says thoughts on Giorgia Maloney. Who's that?
I don't know.
Oh, that's that Italian lady that people are calling fascist. I don't know anything about her, so I can't comment.
No
Except that people
comment.
are calling her fascist. So I don't know. I haven't been following the story because I'm a bad person. Incentive for $5 says, "Hey, did you guys see the Troon Squad got rackets banned on Twitter? Kiwi's back and Keffels is on the menu." Who is it that got Rakita banned? Who's the Troon Squad? I don't know who that refers to.
They're the ones that got Ricada banned, but it sounds like Kiwi Farms is back up.
Kiwi Farms is back. That's hilarious.
All
Keffels
right.
on the menu, boy. Jesse Single.
Yeah.
I
What's
want to
so
say
easy?
Signal.
Single is the easiest word to
I
say.
know. I always want to say Signal for some reason. Jesse Single did a great sort of breakdown about how he sort of tracked down who he thinks the person is that actually did the stuff to Keffels, and that they weren't even associated with Kiwi Farm.
Yeah, they weren't a Kiwi Farms poster.
Dr. Doodle said no, it's just that those two shows I have no interest in. Oh, okay, there you go. CT put the link to where to put the guesses. Troons means trans. Yeah, I know that, but does it just mean like random trans activists or something? Stug for $5 says, I don't think Sodoge was saying the Democrats are publicly supporting it. I thought he was saying it was like a backroom deal to stop Trumpers. No, I understood that. I'm just saying that there's no Mitch McConnell is not acting in some Mitch McConnell is not secretly trying to stop Republicans from getting elected in order to stop Donald Trump from gaining power. That's not a thing. Not a thing. Mitch McConnell is not going to sacrifice Republicans winning seats uh, just to stop Donald Trump. Mitch McConnell is a whore through and through. Vinny Doberman for $5 says 13% of the Dobermans in this chat commit 15% of the wrench ownership. This is oppression and I won't stand for it.
That's
Sorry,
hilarious.
Vinny really wants the that wrench.
He does.
Yeah. Lord of the Brains. Wow, is that Brains / Lord of the Nerds rebranded again?
I don't know. Maybe.
Lord of the Brains for $5 says life is a cycle. Discussing in terms of a start has no value outside of a biogenesis. Chitachi suffers from nothing except being consistent. I literally don't know what that means.
Life is a cycle. Discussing in terms of a start has no value outside of abiogenesis.
Oh, I understand what you're saying. Well, that only makes sense if you're looking at life from like a very detached way in which humans do not perceive life, because we view our individual consciousness as like the starting point of our lives. But I guess you're kind of saying what I'm saying, that when someone says life begins at conception, they're really saying something different. Because if you're just talking about life, then yes, life is a cycle that just continues or doesn't because the creature dies.
Blueprints get made for houses and buildings that never get built all the time. Like, just sometimes it doesn't happen.
Right, but what they're saying is that like life is a cycle, and that it's like an animal is alive and it produces, sperm, which mixes with an egg, which are both alive, which creates another life. There's no point in which the thing is not alive, essentially.
Yeah, of course.
I assume that's what they're saying.
Yeah.
Though I don't know. I guess people would quibble: is a sperm really alive or not? It's a $1 billion question.
Well, they're saying that it's a new life because the blueprints are obviously different than the mom or dad. But
I think you get into a problem because sperm are alive, and so it's like, well, wouldn't that mean every time you masturbate, you're killing like all these things?
So. Yeah, no. Like I said, life begins at conception is a true statement.
Right.
I just don't think baby begins at conception.
Right. XSL for thanks so much for being a free with secret for 4 months says, look up the new alt history is dangerous. Also say that it's very bad. Very based, sweetie. Also say that is very base, sweetie, as Jews and mom. What? Are you saying you want me to say, that's very base, sweetie? In the Jewish mom voice? Is that what you're asking me?
Gotcha.
I gotta add it to the list. Someone made a video that was shitting on alt history for some reason.
Oh, really?
I like his channel.
He
attacked my Little Mermaid take.
What if alt hist?
No, alternate history hub.
Oh. Different channel.
So how alt history can be dangerous. And he has Cody's picture up there and it says alt right, like the crossed out. So let me add that to the list. What was the other thing that I need to add to the list that we were gonna?
Innuendo Studios, the cost
Jordan
of
Peterson.
doing business.
There was another video besides the Wisecrack Jordan Peterson.
Innuendo Studios, the cost of doing business.
Yes, thank you. Innuendo Studios.
Blark.
Innuendo Studios. Let me add this to the list to make sure I have all these videos on my special secret Sunday watch list. Okay. Andrew Clark, thanks so much for the $2. Says Nebula is a streaming co-op. That's why it's leftist. Well, there you go. That makes sense.
That does make sense. Tutachi, a 5-month member, says, Adam,
Discipline equals freedom. Thanks so much, Itachi.
Oh, I know. She's even like upper tier. Look, I'm pro-life now, Sitch. I hate to tell you
Have you been
this.
you've been bought out? Is that what you're saying?
I've been bought off. Listen, I'm for sale. Life, baby begins at conception now. Chitachi says, Adam, I still love you. I'm just passionate against abortion.
There you go.
So I hope I don't come off as hostile, pro-life meanie head. A-Team reigns supreme, and S-Class is lovely. No,
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
no,
you, Itachi.
I don't think of you as a meanie at all. It's nice to be able to talk to you on Twitter about this in good faith. I mean, so many people I don't think are coming at this in good faith, and I understand I understand your perspective in that. I mean, maybe you're coming from a religious perspective. I don't know, but I totally respect that. Yeah.
Supposedly, the scientific definition of life is an organism that is characterized by its capacity for metabolic function, growth, reaction to stimuli, and reproduction. That doesn't make any sense. Well, you can have like, how can you have reproduction in there? Because like, was it mules can't reproduce or whatever? But they're alive.
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand. The definition seems weird to me.
Hmm.
Hmm.
A
Okay.
mule is not a species, though. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's still alive.
Of course it is. Yeah, but it
Okay.
can't reproduce.
Oh, fuck. I can't read the last super chat. My Chrome just
Dr.
crashed for some reason.
Diddler for 7 months says, how much do we need to donate to make you guys do the Gen 1 Pokemon rap? What the fuck is a Gen 1 Pokemon rap?
Oh my God.
I mean,
I
I
want to
like to
make Adam
rap.
do the Pokemon rap so bad.
I mean, I like to rap, sure.
Okay, we'll do that at some point. That's a great idea, Diddler. We'll have Adam do the Pokemon rap.
All right, we're done. Woo!
We're done.
Oh no. Now I actually
What?
have to go do some other work.
Right. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you. You were the true heroes, the true fans for making it to the end of the stream. Thank you all for your amazing, fantastic, beautiful, wonderful art. And for everyone, like the Dr. Dillers and Sammy G's, stay safe. And I hope you all have a fantastic week. And we'll see you all. I don't know if we're streaming again this week or not. But we'll see you all at least on Sunday.
Bye-bye.